so we agree.
Okay.
To the extent that we all must come to the table with ideas to fix it.
Come now.
Definitely.
Sir, what should we expect from your committee?
Oh yeah, the committee is a forward-looking one. There are many gaps that we have identified. All parties vet candidates, and when they vet and qualify candidates for elections, there's no mechanism for the party to hold them accountable. We must address that.
Okay.
So after all the 5 candidates being vetted and approved, what could the party do? So if a candidate is acting in a manner inconsistent with the Constitution to do the campaign, what do you do as a political party? It's a question we must answer. The provisions, the new guidelines that we're trying to develop must answer to that. Okay. There's a gap. Number 2, what regulates the conduct of candidates before, during, and after elections? What regulates their conduct? There must be robust guidelines. Can candidates, while still conducting interviews, while still undergoing elections, be conducting interviews? Can they do that? So you must regulate that. Yeah. You must clearly regulate that. What can they do? What can they do? They want to set up food joints to feed delegates.
Restaurants.
Where do they set it up? Yeah. And they set it up closer to the venue of the election.
You're absolutely right.
Because there's a law that forbids treating, giving somebody food with an intent that you can induce that person to. So what do? You need to regulate that. There are gaps, significant gaps. Candidates are exploiting those gaps. Okay. Now we also see that NIMA had 1,000, just a little over 1,000 delegates. Maybe that's why they were able to spend that much and also give
increase the delegates,
so increase the
which MPP did last year.
We are looking at the possibility of increasing delegates.
Okay.
So that your amount.
And so because of time, I want to quickly hear from Andy. Andy, what would your party now, because you're a senior member, you've been on the receiving end of the problem, what would you want your party to do as part of this national movement towards a solution?
Yeah, I go with the legislation. But also, I go with also the procedures.
The procedures.
So that...
NDC's position.
Well, whatever. It can take NDC to start. Yeah. Because you are now...
And then you
are now before the law. And I also want us to test the law.
Yeah.
Okay. We have all come to condemn what happened in Ayawaso East. And for your information, I used to be the vice chairman of my party in Ayawaso East. 97, 2000, thereabout.
I know.
I was there.
That's why you were operating around Newtown.
Yes, Newtown. Nima, all 441. All those things.
That's where the drugstore was.
Yes. So I was the vice chairman of the party during those days. Yes. So I know the area very well. And I think that let's test the law. If we have all seen something wrongly done in the process, notwithstanding wherever we are, what privileges can we take within the law as a political party, particularly in our case, and what precedent can we set for the future, and how do we also reform our processes of voting, and how do we also manage the delegate system? Because the delegate system obviously has failed us as we speak now. And I brought a suggestion. I'm not saying that it is foolproof, but it is something that can be the basis of our planning, so that we can reform that and make it perfect or near perfect. But anyhow, people have opportunity of influencing delegates. They will bring a wrong candidate at all times. And indeed, when it happens like that, the people who invest in the process the more, they will be the winners. And the danger is that in recent times, I've seen people who have dirty money, bringing that dirty money into politics. In the past, they were using those dirty monies to sponsor candidates. Now they are using those dirty monies to sponsor themselves. So in the event that we have a parliament that has criminals in parliament because they had the money to sponsor themselves, they are going to work against the laws that we are going to...
on the state, And when there are no guardrails, there are no guardrails,
will go off.
People will go off. So, I'm Martin. There was no guardrail.
You see,
he ended
so the danger is that We are heading towards.
But this is from left field.
Because now, if you look at people who are coming to politics, they don't spend the money to support candidates. They themselves are candidates.
Are coming. Yeah. And we've seen that. We've seen that, especially with the Galamsey
Kingpins.
They now becoming
money launderers. Galamsey.
All of them are coming in.
All of them are
Which
coming in.
Galamsey has gotten worse under NDC.
Here you go. Let me quickly wrap up with Esther. Give me your quick thoughts finally, as far as the gender side is concerned. What you want to see immediately? I know you are running a project. What are some of the key proposals briefly in a minute?
Okay, so we want to see a more gender responsive reform. The reform has to be more inclusive. We want to see a system where parties or candidates are supposed to declare who their financiers are. And I think we are copying from the US. If you look at the Democratic Party, Republican Party, they always declare who are their financiers, and you see how much money they've brought in. We need to have the same thing here. And again, most importantly, we need to have a protection for the whistleblowers, particularly women, who will be willing to say, this individual has given me X amount of money and all that. And I think also that it's important for political parties to strengthen their education to their members, because to be a delegate, I think, is one of the most honorable positions to have in a political party, because you are the one helping the state to get a president, to get a member of parliament. And so it is not an ordinary position for you. And so I think the parties need to, intensify the education. I know the NDC have their Social Democrat Institute, and MPP also trying to do Dankwa Institute and stuff like that. But the education have to go on, and the kind of delegates that they also select, so that we move the conversation from money to what can you do, how best can you serve the country to make us, your HR people, which is the delegates, proud that you are doing the work that we need.
Yeah. And
again, when we are able to select good leaders, that's where we have people are going to have jobs. So if you're having employment, you are making money of your own. Human dignity. You don't need to be induced to make decisions based on a motorbike or 10 CDs or TV or anything. Yeah. And so for us, that's what we want to see.
So thank you very much, Joseph, and I'm grateful. This is the conversation is beginning. Thankfully, the Constitutional Review Committee proposal also will be will come in, and we can have a bigger national conversation about it. Enjoy the rest of the evening.
My name is Ayawaso, and I'm the Executive Director for Lifeline for Childhood Cancer Ghana. We are a patient organization and the fundraising foundation partner for the Pediatric Oncology Unit of Korle-Bu Teaching Hospital. We also support Akufo-Addo Teaching Hospital. Sometimes we also support Tamale Teaching Hospital as well. So we are a fundraising organization, like I said. We raise funds for the treatment and care of children with cancer in Ghana. Because it's really a public health issue, you know. We just even getting to understand that every year we expect, maybe even up to 1,400 children are likely to get cancer before they turn 15 years. In Ghana only. Unfortunately, our survival is not that great, so our survival is over 30%, just a little over 30%. So it means for every 10 children that are likely to get cancer, we will lose 7. So since 2018, I can say for a fact that we've supported over 2,200 children. I was very surprised to hear. I'm very thankful for whoever donated, but I think it's a great event, a great award ceremony, to the extent that it showcases
Bank of Africa, as strong as a group, as close as a partner.
Where Duraplas goes, water flows.
PS Industries has introduced a new roofing system known as ColorLink Plus.
Flamingo paint, simply superior. Syntax tank, are you strong? Are you tough?
Cherry Tree Properties. We develop spaces as though we were going to occupy them.
Good business means seeing the possibilities and maximizing opportunities. Making sure you have a responsive support system backs your business goals. A partner that gives you a stable platform with reliable connectivity and seamless solutions, and better understands the tools required to take you to the next level. With so many moving parts in running a business, we do our best to provide you with some stability. The only kind of stability you can find with MTN Business Broadband, the fastest and most reliable internet provider in Ghana, making sure you stay ahead and stay connected, because we understand what makes your business tick.
Sign up today on broadband.mtn.com.gh or call or WhatsApp 0244 308 111.
MTN.
Excellent furnishing in a real estate business is a great deal for survival. My struggles as a young estate developer were cut short when I discovered Fernart Ghana. With quality furniture made from the finest woods and amazing after-sale service, Fernart Ghana changed my story with every single home I built. It's a one-stop shop that serves the interests of clients with a variety of living room and dining sets, solid wood kitchen installations, wardrobes, doors, cabinets, beds, pergolas, floor parquets, and many other wooden product that will last a lifetime. With Fernat Ghana, all clients are offered the opportunity to customize furniture to their specifications, and the smile on their faces says it all. Thanks to Fernat, now your home can look beautiful with furniture that would last for generations. Visit Fernat Ghana today and share my story. Locate us at Yaniba Estate, Osu, Accra, or call 0303 966 085 or 055 278 4097. Think wood, think Fernat.
Another week is here on the greatest of all time show. My name is Giovanni Clip, and tonight we're bringing you talent. Contestant number one, let's bring Baby Girl. Let's bring. He did it for you.
Cut. Oh, there is a leakage.
Where's the plumber?
For quality and durability, insist on Syntex pipes.
If you want quality, this be where you belong.
Strong, tough, and reliable. Your perfect match to your trusted Syntex pipe. Syntex pipe, it dey carry water, no wahala. Syntex pipe, it dey make water dey flow. Syntex, are you strong? Are you tough?
Are you weary of land disputes and never-ending legal battles? It's time to claim a legacy that truly belongs to you. Welcome to Rehoboth Havens, where we simplify the journey to home ownership for Ghanaians, whether you are at home or abroad. Located in the Tranke Hills of Agyeman-Rawlings, our community offers stunning vistas of the Pediasi Ebri Mountains. Experience peace of mind in our secure, gated community, thoughtfully designed for your comfort amidst beautifully landscaped surroundings and premium recreational spaces. At Rehoboth Social Housing, we are here to turn your dreams into reality. With just 30% deposit, move into one of our ready-to-occupy homes today. We will extend your remaining balance over 5 years, providing the flexibility and assurance your family deserves. Choose from our modern 2-bedroom homes, the luxurious 3-bedroom Sunbay, or our spacious 4-bedroom detached residences. Starting at just 675,000 Ghana cedis, your dream of home ownership is finally within reach. Don't wait any longer. Call us today at +233 55 375 1933 or +44 7917 376631. Rehoboth Social Housing. Your housing dream becomes reality.
For decades, we have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
Good morning and welcome to NewsFile. This is your most authoritative news analysis platform, and here on NewsFile, we put Ghana first. You know that there is the cocoa crisis, and there's been some blame game. How exactly does that fix the problem? And there have been some solutions that have been suggested. What will they do really? And there is a Galamsey tax in the Amansia Central District. It does look like a state-sponsored or endorsed destruction happening in that area. And Ayawaso East, it was vote buying galore. And instead of a true reset by the NDC government, it was just anger. Anger that doesn't cook rice. So, will there not be a reset over the vote buying situation there? Questions we're asking. But let's begin with Samson Stake. And today my take, I title it, The Tindamba Blunder. Don't build a market on a grave of books. They say those who do not learn from history are doomed to repeat it. In the Wa metropolis, it seems some local officials aren't just ignoring history, they are trying to bulldoze it. We're witnessing a bizarre standoff where a 70-year-old primary school is being sized up for demolition to make way for a 24-hour economy market. Let's look at the human cost. There are 500 children on the records of Tindamba Primary and Kindergarten. While attendance sits at roughly 300, the solution to declining numbers in a deprived community isn't to flatten the school like we did for judges' bungalows. It is to fix it, fix the disrepair. And instead of fixing the disrepair and improving enrollment, the MCE and regional minister want to scatter these children like refugees into other schools. This is the danger, the presidential brand. A narrative is being gift-wrapped for the history books. This is how the headline looks like. Quote, under President Mahama's watch, a 70-year-old school was closed. 500 children were displaced and the structures were pulled down for a marketplace, end quote. That will be the screaming headline, Mr. President. This flies in the face of everything we know about John Mahama's heart's desire to build schools, not to bury them. Those who know him well will tell you that he will never authorize trading a classroom for a cold store. Yet his own appointees are creating an egregious impression that will tarnish a legacy before it is even fully written. You take a caution from the National Cathedral story. We saw millions of dollars, precious taxpayer cedis, sunk into a hole that has become a national mockery. That project flattened judges' bungalows, very fresh bungalows, built with the taxpayers' money, and expensive state installations based on a vision that ignored the outcry of the people. The Tendambes, the landlords in Wa are saying, don't demolish this school building. Think of what those millions could have done if the project had been moved to an alternative location, like I suggested in my take at the time, and you hated me. Instead, reputations have been damaged. A government was bruised, and we are left with a sinful reminder of what happens when you ignore stakeholders. And here's my call to action. There is no scarcity of land in Wa. The Minister for Local Government and other authoritative voices, including alumni of that school, that is the school that produced Justice Yoni Kolendi. They have already signaled that an alternative location must be found. So why are the MCE and the regional minister still insisting on this specific plot of land? Lies were told during the cathedral saga for the benefit of a few. Let us not allow the same unfortunate impression to take root here. Mr. President, here's my verdict. You must stop them. The buck stops with you. Don't let your appointees turn a 70-year-old sanctuary of learning into a political liability. Fix the school, improve enrollment, and build a 24-hour economy market on the vast available land that doesn't require destroying the future of 500 children. And that would be my take. I'll be right back as we get onto the cocoa farms.
Number 1 from here, 2 and 3 from here, 5 and 6 from here, for now. Yay. Now I have the number 7, 8, and the number 9.
You need number 10.
Please, I can't eat anymore.
I mean, number 10, liver salt.
The effective liver salt for the relief of stomach upset, heartburn, hyperacidity, and indigestion.
Would you like to try number 11?
What? JJ.
Number 10 liver salt. Refreshing relief fast. Manufactured and distributed by Ernest Chemists Limited. This advert is FDA approved.
Hi. Now let me share my wildlife experience with you at Safari Valley Eco Park.
Welcome to Safari Valley Eco Park.
Our electric shuttle pulled up, and in no time, our tour began. We were surrounded by wildlife from the moment we entered the eco park. We were greeted by experienced tour guides who took us through orientation and how to better enjoy the experience. Watch these animals roam freely in their natural habitat undisturbed by our presence. We saw zebras, sable antelope, brown cranes, mara, silky chicken, nyalas, Shetland ponies, and so many animals I just couldn't keep up. Our tour guides taught us so much about the wildlife, their behavior, and how to interact with them. I even fed them. We also went fishing on a man-made canal. Then we took a break to have lunch in this serene environment. All this amazing experience for this price for adults? This price for teenagers. It's a bargain. As the sun began to set, it was time to go back home, but not before dinner by the campfire. It has been a thrill of a lifetime, and I can't wait till my next visit.
Safari Valley Eco Park, bringing you closer to nature.
Dear Gold Board Jewelry customers and value supporters, on behalf of the board, management, and the entire team at Gold Board Jewelry Limited, I extend our heartfelt gratitude for your invaluable support and contributions. It is because of you that we continue to stand strong and grow. As we enter this beautiful month of love in February, we're excited to reciprocate your loyalty by offering amazing discounts across our entire range of products. We want to celebrate you and give you the perfect opportunity to celebrate your loved ones. Visit any of our showrooms at your convenience, choose any item including our popular gold tablets, and enjoy this special discount. Yes, the offer applies to everything in our collection. Once again, thank you for your continued trust and support. Together, we are building something truly special for Mother Ghana and the African continent, transforming our precious gold into world-class jewelry that proudly showcases Ghanaian craftsmanship and heritage. We look forward to serving you even better.
Life can be giving it to you like that. And everything around you will be affected big time. Too many uncertainties and fears. But with the right partner like Empo Life Insurance Ghana, you are sorted. Say kutu, say bam. You get the best healthcare, solid pension trust policies, and the peace of mind to grow your business and focus on what truly matters. Empo Insurance, empowering people.
Good business means seeing the possibilities and maximizing opportunities. Making sure you have a responsive support system backs your business goals. A partner that gives you a stable platform with reliable connectivity and seamless solutions, and better understands the tools required to take you to the next level. With so many moving parts in running a business, we do our best to provide you with some stability. The only kind of stability you can find with MTN Business Broadband, the fastest and most reliable internet provider in Ghana, making sure you stay ahead and stay connected, because we understand what makes your business tick.
Sign up today on broadband.mtn.com.gh or call or WhatsApp 0244 308 111.
MTN.
You're welcome back. This is NewsFile, it's your most authoritative news analysis platform, and here on NewsFile we put Ghana first. My guest, the Honorable Inusa Fusheni, who is former MP, Tamale Central, and former Minister for Lands and Natural Resources. We're talking lands and natural resources. Cocoa finds its way somewhere there. And then the matter of Galamsey also. But remember that he has been part of the committee that had to investigate the vote buying in the Ayawaso East. Right after him, on my left, is Dr. Randy Abbey, Chief Executive Officer of the Ghana Cocoa Board. And I was just reminding him a while ago that the last time he was here, we're talking soccer, we're talking Black Stars. That's something that is deep in his blood. Right after him is Nana Eduna II, who is spokesperson for the Ghana National Cocoa Farmers Association and CEO of Ohene Cocoa Limited. I'm sure you may be familiar with Ohene Cocoa because they're doing a lot of great stuff that we get to enjoy. And right by him is Michael Akufo-Addo. That name must ring a bell in your ears. It looks like it's a family that will be legislators and perhaps go beyond that. He's MP of Ofurikrom. Ofurikrom is where I lived for many years. And member Energy Committee and Deputy Ranking Member for Youth and Sports. And joining us via Zoom is Oliver Bakavomawo, Constitutional Rights and Policy Strategy Advisor at the Democracy Hub. You know, he's presently in the Supreme Court trying to get something that will help in the fight against, corruption in our politics, particularly, party primaries, vote buying. He is representing a group, Professor Frimpong Boateng, Nyaho Tamaklo, and one other, seeking to expand the delegate, system and make it impossible for people to buy votes so that every registered member of a political party is entitled to show up at a primary and vote. He will help us on those matters more extensively. And remember that the Galamsey tax, you'd have heard his voice in that over and again. I was at a workshop with him and we both made presentations about the Galamsey fights. And I remember at that occasion he was being interviewed on that subject. Also on Zoom is Vera Abna-Addo, Programs Officer, CDD Ghana, Elections, Rule of Law, and Anti-Corruption. So in the heat of the vote buying, CPI has been released, the Corruption Perception Index has been released, and Ghana only managed, to move up just 1 inch, 1 point. It looks like we wanted to continue to stagnate. Shall we be able to move up any further after what has happened with the vote buying situation? The NDC found themselves in a very difficult place between the rock and the high place. It looks like it, right? Okay. Isaac Kofi is head of research, Joy News. He will crunch the numbers, the data with us shortly before we go into, call it the mundane. But let's start on this note. Let's go onto the cocoa farms, and check out what the cocoa farmers are talking about.
Listen, I was listening to the Cocoa Board CEO, and I wasn't inspired because he said they are looking for solutions.
Isn't that assurance enough? I mean, he's telling the people that they're working around the clock to find solutions for them.
If you have a crisis that started as far back as November 2025, and we are in February 2026, and you are still telling the farmers that you are looking for solutions, that's not assurance. That is not encouraging. That is a sign of leadership in crisis, a sign of a leadership without a clue as to how to deal with the situation. 4 months, and you are still looking for a solution. One would have expected that the presser would outline what the solutions are after 4 months. And so you heard some of the farmers asking, if since November, we are in February, you are now looking for solutions, when would you find the solutions before you even come and outline the solutions to them? And that's a worry. And you know, they're about to enter the main crop season as well. And so it's a very, very worrying situation that I think that the government need to treat with all kind of agency that is required. Listen, these people have worked hard. You had the 81-year-old woman. She lives on a cocoa farm. She's worked hard. She's labored and gotten the output. All she needs is for government to pay her money so she can survive on it. And for 4 months, how is she supposed to survive? I was here as early as 5:30 a.m. and we went to other locations. And you can see clearly farms that have been brought down with Galamseyers on site. And in most of their comments, you could also hear them say that, listen, the offers that are being made to us by Galamseyers is tempting. And so if we would work so hard and the government would keep our cocoa beans and not give us our money, then we might as well cut down the cocoa and sell it to Galamseyers. That for me is a worry. Cocoa farms outlive generations, and so it's a more sustainable economic venture than even gold mining, because most of the Galamsey side, they mine, they leave the place, they move on. But cocoa farms, my grandfather has a cocoa farm that he inherited from his father, and today the cocoa farm is there at Infrano in the Ayawaso constituency. And that's why I was advocating to them and appealing to them that no matter how bad the situation is, they should not be tempted to sell off their cocoa farms to Galamseyers for the sake of the generations unborn. What I'll tell the NDC government is that the complaints are real. We have come to the cocoa farm. We have listened to the farmers. And the complaints and the lamentations they are hearing on the airwaves is real.
All right, so that's Dennis Miracle Sobuaje. He was on the cocoa farms together with some journalists, and they interacted with some of the farmers. So he appears to be summarizing the concerns that were heard from the farmers, some of whom you saw in red and sitting there. So Isaac Kofi-Addo, help us out. The government is saying, Thomas Nyako-Ampim, the Deputy Finance Minister, says that Cocoa Board is going to make huge losses of about $150 million, and government is absorbing that cost. What exactly are we dealing with? Randy Abe, who is right here in the studio and will take some time to explain things to us, explains that about 50,000 tons remain with farmers without buyers due to Ghana's non-competitive farm gate price. What do the statistics say?
Well, the numbers are actually saying a lot, and unfortunately we find ourselves in this situation on Valentine's Day. You know, Valentine's Day is linked with cocoa, right? And so sweeping reforms in the cocoa sector announced by the finance minister on Friday, on Thursday, and we can all actually see what really happened. The cocoa sector is really facing some bit of a challenge, and many are calling it a crisis at the moment. Let's go through the numbers and see what really
happened. A cabinet meeting, so that's a crisis.
Yeah, that's a crisis. Well, if you are looking at 28% fall in the farm gate price of cocoa for the first time possibly in our history, or since or maybe 1998, this is the first time we are, slashing producer price of cocoa about 28%. That is very, very significant, and maybe you might be right calling it a crisis looking at it from that tangent. Something I want us to look at this graph.
You spoke about the percentages there. Will you speak to the actual numbers there?
Absolutely. This is where we are talking about.
Take the slide back.
Yeah.
Yes, the actual numbers are there.
Well, so you can see falling from 58,000 Ghana cedis per ton to about 41,392 per ton. That's 28% drop in the producer price of cocoa. And I say first time in our history that we are doing that. We tracked the data from 2011 to actually see how far we've come in terms of cocoa, prices to the farmer. This is the price per the 64 kg bag. And if you are listening to us on radio, Joy 99.7 FM, what we are talking about is how, prices have increased over the years. And for the first time, cocoa prices are falling. And you can see that between 2023 and 2025 were the years that cocoa prices really, really went high. What can we attribute to this? Most of the years, cocoa prices weren't as high as they were, global prices weren't as high as they were in 2024, right? But because of the exchange rate situation around that time, it gave us that breathing space to be possibly increasing cocoa price, because you can see the actual distribution, the uniform distribution of cocoa price per the 64 kg bag, it hasn't really deviated between 2011 and 2021 until we saw our crisis that saw the cedi depreciate. That is when we are seeing outliers from 2023 and 2025, because the exchange rate was so high to the extent that small dollars was going to give you a number of cities, and it's very, very significant, and that gave us that breathing space to increase prices. But now we are facing the reality of the true strength of the cedi, and we are pricing, our cocoa at, let's say, about 10 cedis, 25 pesos per dollar. Currently, I think it's been reviewed. Okay. But that's really giving us that drop we are seeing there, making it difficult for cocoa board to actually go up with this trajectory we are seeing to maybe about 4,000 or the 6,000 Ghana cedis they promised per bag. It's simply one of the big factors is the exchange rate situation. How did we come about in terms of this problem? We understand that before this season began, cocoa board was looking at a world price of $7,267, right? And we set our farm gate price as 5,272. And we said that, well, we are giving farmers 70% of the FOB, means that if you sell 1 ton, a farmer was actually supposed to enjoy some 5,086. What we are learning is that when we did our checks 2 weeks before cocoa board set this the futures price or the FOB price of 7,200, what we are realizing is that 2 weeks, the average price 2 weeks before was around $7,500. Okay. And cocoa board decided to set the FOB price at 7,200 using an exchange rate of 10.25 Ghana cedis to the dollar, and that made it impossible for the farmer to actually maybe see the 6,000 that was promised. But what we have seen is that the price is actually falling below the FOB that we set.
That's right.
And the intelligence we are gathering is that for cocoa board to break even, they were looking at a price of, let's say, about 6,400. Now, that price is way below where we are at the moment, making it very, very difficult for cocoa board to possibly step in with some sort of shortfall, or for the government to come in with some form of intervention. Right. That is difficult. How did the market actually come to this conclusion in terms of the prices dropping? You can see the distribution of cocoa production from Ghana, Ivory Coast, and Ecuador. Côte d'Ivoire definitely on top of the two countries, producing on average about 1.8 million metric tons every year. Ghana is still doing around 650,000 metric tons. Ecuador is actually marching up Ghana with some 570,000 metric tons. And all of this is feeding into the world market. Remember, a year before, we had promised to produce about over 800,000 metric tons, and we're only able to produce about 450. Okay. And so to promise the market, or to tell the market that you are going to produce 650,000 metric tons this current season, Ecuador coming on board with a lot of cocoa beans. Nigeria, on the other hand, is also increasing their production. Yes. Cameroon is increasing. China is coming on board. The market picked that signal that supply was going to be abundant on the market, and prices began to fall. And did we do forward sales? Randy Abe will answer that question shortly for us. But this is the situation of cocoa board in terms of their profitability. Cocoa Board situation, I mean, their losses situation didn't start this year. It's been like that, and we've tracked from 2012 to about 2024. And within this period, it is only about 3 years that Cocoa Board was able to record a profit. And something you can see where 2012 a loss, 2013 a loss, and we are talking about even a loss of 4.1 billion Ghana cedis in 2022.
In 13 years.
In 13 years.
Cocoa Board made profit only in three of those years.
That is the picture for you. And in fact, this year, there was a projection that Cocoa Board could make a profit. Looking at what they told the IMF in the IMF program or the review, we have checked that data. Cocoa Board was on course to make a profit, but because of, the fall in the global price, now we are asking ourselves, are they still in pole position to actually make a profit? Randy Abe will answer that for us. And let's look at Cocoa Board's problem. This is what they told the IMF, right? They were asked a very simple question. What do you think are the sources of your problem? Cocoa Board spoke about 3 things, which I'd want us to talk about. They say the direct cost, producer price, crop protection, and soil fertility costs. They also spoke about administrative costs, where that is coming from. It's coming from the exchange rate losses. That is Cocoa Board's biggest headache. If you are looking at our IMF program, a number of SOEs were listed to be, for our eyes to be on. Cocoa Board was number 1. ECG came on that frame. One thing we know is that when our exchange rate is performing really well, it is an advantage for ECG. But if it's performing badly, if it's performing really well, it's an advantage for ECG. But if it's on the other side where depreciation is all over the place, that is usually an advantage for Cocoa Board because they sell less, cocoa, they're able to get more because the exchange rate is very high. This year, unfortunately for them, they are not finding that, in there. And I remember Randy Abe jokingly saying that he called the finance minister and told him that, Charlie, where you are dragging the exchange rate to, we may be in trouble. And he said that, and we are seeing that reflect in their finances. They also spoke about their interest costs on cocoa bills. Remember that this was a big headache for Cocoa Board. And when we're doing the DDEP in 2023, we had to add Cocoa Board to it so that people who had bought cocoa bills suffered haircuts. Now we understand that with the new funding model, Cocoa Board is going back to the market to actually issue bonds. And remember, these were T-bills. Right. They were converted to bonds, 5-year bonds, to allow Cocoa Board to be able to turn around. That is going to be the same strategy. And we understand that even banks who bought cocoa bills suffer some level of haircut. Bank of Ghana also suffer some level of haircut. That model is going to return. But the question we're asking something is, did Cocoa Board read the market wrongly? If you are watching us on Facebook or if you are watching us on Joy News, what you can see is the world market price. This has been the trajectory, if you are looking at it in 5 years. And look at it
from 2022 to 2026.
Absolutely. This is where we were when we were setting the FOB price, somewhere in August, where the price was around 7,500 on average. And then we set the FOB 2 weeks after we began to see some level of fluctuations. But many are saying that this, happening here between somewhere October and September may have deceived Cocoa Board because it was looking like global prices were going to peak. And many have said that maybe Cocoa Board read the markets wrongly. We simply do not know. Randy Abe possibly will have answers for us. Lastly, I want us to talk about this.
That was such a sharp fall.
Sharp fall. And you can see it there. And this, this morning when I was coming, I checked the price and you can see it there.
How did you survive this? Anyway, Randy will tell us.
Randy will tell us.
He has been speaking with the finance minister.
In fact, Cocoa Board currently wants to actually restructure most of the things they are doing. Right. One thing we know that this big figure you see on the smart or $3.8 billion is how much Cocoa Board was able to, or how much we got from our cocoa export in 2025. The key question is, how much of the cocoa we produce within this season actually brought this amount of money? Because if you are looking at the trend, the 3.8 billion we got from cocoa export is the highest since 2009. So why are we having this problem? We've had a lot from cocoa. 3.8 billion, higher than the average of 2 billion we possibly have been having.
Do you know what is going on in my mind as I hear 3 billion? It's kind of also, but for almost a decade, we have been told by those who give us money that we're losing $3 billion each year to corruption.
Yeah.
And now that figure has gone to $5 billion each year.
Fortunately.
So 3.8 billion was a loss. Then I'm also thinking about what gold is doing for us, the magic through the gold board. In the last year, over 10 billion is what they brought to us.
Yeah.
So is cocoa really still the cash cow?
Cocoa has always been the mainstay of the economy because hitherto, until the introduction of gold board, is the only commodity you can beat your chest and say we get about 90% of whatever we sell.
Right.
Unlike gold. Then we brought in gold board and we are getting a lot from gold.
All right,
but,
so let's conclude this quickly and get to...
is the amount we got from our, cocoa exports. And the question is, how much of this season's cocoa actually contributed to that 3.8? And how is cocoa board finding its way around the losses? I mean, what we know is that for cocoa board to be able to return to a part of, relief, this is the raft of announcement that the finance minister put out. They are going to issue cocoa bonds, right? How are they going to do it? First of all, they have to clean their books because they currently have a negative equity. So Bank of Ghana has decided to take some of the burden. Finance Ministry is also taking some of the burden. Cocoa board itself, we understand they're also taking some of the burden because there's a whole restructuring in their turnaround strategy that they sent to the Bank of Ghana. So the new strategy is that cocoa board is going to finance purchase of cocoa using bonds.
All right.
And the key question is, these bonds are expected to be bought by individuals and banks. In a situation where prices fall, are we going to see another crisis, possibly in the banking sector, where cocoa board is unable to pay them?
The beans that we can't
will be processed locally.
Buy will be processed locally, and streamline cocoa board's cost. It's one of the biggest things people are looking at.
Last thing, right? Many are asking about burden sharing. What is the government taking away? Already they are saying that they're taking a huge component of cocoa board's debt. They're also saying that the beans that we have, and which is resulting to the losses, they are taking a hit of $150 million because of the restructuring. But the big question we are all asking is cocoa board, will they be able to set another lucrative farm gate price in the next season? Because what I'm looking at, it looks like it will be difficult to set a new, a very lucrative price in the upcoming season.
That looks like that.
We are still asking. Right. So Randy Abe will have most of the answers for us.
Right. So thank you very much, Isaac. Isaac is the man behind our research desk. So anytime you see the numbers and you see the research that we try to churn out and work with, Isaac Kofi is the man behind that, head of research at Joy News. And this is NewsFile. It's your most authoritative news analysis platform. We're going to Randy Abe now to begin to look at what the reforms, if indeed they will result in anything positive. It looks like a very Herculean task to mount. We'll be right back.
Excellent furnishing in a real estate business is a great deal for survival. My struggles as a young estate developer were cut short when I discovered Fernart Ghana. With quality furniture made from the finest woods and amazing after-sale service, Fernart Ghana changed my story with every single home I built. It's a one-stop shop that serves the interests of clients with a variety of living room and dining sets, solid wood kitchen installations, wardrobes, doors, cabinets, beds, pergolas, floor parquets, and many other wooden product that will last a lifetime. With Fernart Ghana, all clients are offered the opportunity to customize furniture to their specifications, and the smile on their faces says it all. Thanks to Fernart, now your home can look beautiful with furniture that would last for generations. Visit Fernart Ghana today and share my story. Locate us at Yaniba Estate, Osu, Accra, or call 0303-966-085 or 055-278-4097. Think wood, think Fernart.
For decades, we have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
Hi, now let me share my wildlife experience with you at Safari Valley Eco Park.
Welcome to Safari Valley Eco Park.
Our electric shuttle pulled up, and in no time our tour began. We were surrounded by wildlife from the moment we entered the eco park. We were greeted by experienced tour guides who took us through orientation and how to better enjoy the experience. Watch these animals roam freely in their natural habitat undisturbed by our presence. We saw zebras, sable antelope, brown crane, mara, silky chicken, nyalas, Shetland ponies, and so many animals I just couldn't keep up. Our tour guides taught us so much about the wildlife, their behavior, and how to interact with them. I even fed them. We also went fishing on a man-made canal. Then we took a break to have lunch in this serene environment. All this amazing experience for this price for adults? This price for teenagers. It's a bargain. As the sun began to set, it was time to go back home, but not before dinner by the campfire. It has been a thrill of a lifetime, and I can't wait till my next visit.
Safari Valley Eco Park, bringing you closer to nature.
Another week is here on the greatest of all time show. My name is Giovanni Clip, and tonight we're bringing you talent. Contestant number one, let's bring Baby Girl. Let's bring. You did it for you.
Cut. Oh, there is a leakage.
Where's the plumber? For quality and durability, insist on Syntex pipes.
If you want quality, this be where you belong.
Strong, tough, and reliable. Your perfect match to your trusted Syntex pipe. Syntex pipe, it dey carry water, no wahala. Syntex pipe, it dey make water dey flow. Syntex, strong, tough.
Life can be giving it to you water like that. And everything around you will be affected big time. Too many uncertainties and fears. But with the right partner like Empo Life Insurance Ghana, you are sorted, save kutu, save bam. You get the best healthcare, solid pension trust policies, and the peace of mind to grow your business and focus on what truly matters. Empo Insurance, empowering people.
Willow Lane, where love blooms. The foundation of a beautiful home is love, and the surprises that syncopate the expected and boring routines. When your love enters your space, and there's room enough to twirl and swirl in the calming and soothing atmosphere big enough to share. Enjoying the vastness of your patience and the aroma from your classy kitchen. Ascending a well-lit staircase to enter a peaceful terrace with bird's eye view of the world. To pour into each other, toasting to endlessly blissful love until one dives into the other's essence. Willow Lane, where love blooms. Call us on 0240-111119 to book a tour.
You're welcome back. So let's begin with Dr. Randy Abe. You say the situation is where we have beans, but they are not buying. The beans are too expensive. How did we get here?
Thank you very much, Samson, and a very comprehensive analysis by Isaac. Isaac should add one more slide, and I think that will tell the story fully, which will be a slide on the world market prices over the period. You know, he did one on the producer price,
right,
and showed that. But and then explain the drop from 25 to 26. Now, if you have one which also deals with the world market price, that will also tell you that you have an unprecedented situation of the farm gate prices dropping, because there's also an unprecedented situation of the world market price also dropping sharply. And I think that will just fully tell the story.
All right, Kofi, so that's feedback for you.
Yes. Now, we are where we are because our bean is not competitive, the price of our bean, as compared to other origins. And you also have a buyer-funded model.
Our beans is more expensive.
Yes.
Comparatively.
And the gap is too wide. And it's the reason why you have a situation where there are complaints that we've given beans, they've not been bought. We have beans, they are not buying, yet there's no smuggling. Last year, you didn't have a situation of we have supplied beans, they've not been bought. We have beans, they are not buying. Yet there was massive smuggling. Almost on a daily basis, we had arrests or reports of smuggling, to the extent that we even had national security meetings on smuggling just last year, because we were paying $3,100. And if you go to places like Togo, who operate close to the price on the terminal, they were operating 6,000 and upwards. And so you had a situation where there were merchants who were actually coming onto the farms to even buy from the farmers. And the farmers didn't even need to smuggle the good themselves. These people will come.
Because they were paying us almost twice as much.
Yes. And so although last year you didn't find the situation of there's no money to buy the crop, we have given our bean, it's not been sold, we had massive smuggling. But this year, you do not have incidents of smuggling, even when you have situation of farmers saying that I gave my bean, I've not been paid, we have beans, they are not buying. And I will use the story of Volta and OT to illustrate this point. For the entire 24-25 season, Volta and OT contributed 97 tons to the 590-something thousand, almost 600,000 tons that we made for 24-25. This year, as at December, Volta and OT had contributed 2,500 tons. And you hear a lot of complaints just by close of December, about 2,500 tons. From the same area, that contributed just 97 tons. And so it is really a pricing issue. And that is why even in this situation, we needed to be careful with the decision that we took, because we also needed to have our eye on reverse smuggling. You go trying to solve a problem, and before you realize, you think that you're solving a 70,000 ton problem, only to have 400,000 tons of cocoa arrive in your country. We know what is happening everywhere around us. There are countries that have not announced a reduction, but we know what is happening on the ground.
Explain the reverse smuggling again.
Reverse smuggling simply means, first of all, for all the communities that are along the border, it's trite knowledge that they operate in two markets. So they look at which market is favorable to them. Beyond them, as I gave the story of Volta and OT to illustrate the point, you know, they look at what the conditions are. And that is why we always look at Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire pricing, because the research shows that anytime there is a gap of more than $400, the incidence of smuggling is very high. That's per ton. The incidence of smuggling is very high. And so you try to ensure that to deal with smuggling, you do not have that gap. Because when it is below that, you do not have an incentive to smuggle, especially in large quantities.
All right.
And so when you have that huge difference where you're paying $3,100 and the spot price is in excess of $6,000, $7,000, then the motivation is there. And that's why I said people will even come to the farms, give the farmers 4,000, 5,000, and the farmers didn't even need to take the risk of smuggling. It was enough good business for others to decide to then do the smuggling themselves.
That's right.
And so you had massive smuggling, some even using vehicles that, 4x4s, they were using hospital ambulances and all that. So for last year, every single day, we had an issue with smuggling, and it is just because of the difference between what we were offering and what our neighbors were offering. This time round, you have a situation where what we are offering and the spot price has a gap of over $1,000 US dollars, or even $2,000 US dollars in some instances. And therefore, there is no motivation, for smuggling. But the reverse smuggling would then mean that if you continue to pay, and why we didn't have the reverse smuggling, although the amount was there, was that there was no liquidity. So even those who intend to smuggle know that Ghana is not buying. But immediately Ghana starts buying and starts buying at that rate, there will be the motivation for those around us to then bring in a lot of the cocoa. We all know what is happening in Cote d'Ivoire. I'm sure that in your research you would have seen the farmers in Cote d'Ivoire complaining. There's an EU24 interview, Euronews 24 interview of farmers talking about their produce rotting away on their farms and their warehouses and all that. Now, in a situation where Ghana has liquidity and is buying, and the price is at that level, there will be an incentive to smuggle. So that's why I said that if you're not careful, you might think that you're solving a 70,000 ton problem, only to be confronted with a 400,000 or 500,000 ton problem, which is then going to mess up your loss situation completely.
Just a quick side issue. Yeah. From what you're saying, I get a revelation that where, say, Cote d'Ivoire is doing 2 million and we are struggling to get to 1 million, even though we have done that before. I remember Akufo's regime when we got to that point, and there was celebration that greeted it. So it's not exactly the case that what we record has been what we produce, because you have to discount what may have been smuggled.
Yes. So I'll give you an example. For 23-24, Cocoa Board projected a crop of 800,000. At the end of the season, Cocoa Board had done 438,000. And that's the situation that led to the rollover of about 333,000 tons. Now, something significant happened. And that was the year that the syndicated loan collapsed after 32 years. Now, for the first time, the season opened in September. The first tranche of the syndicated loan hit Cocoa Board's account on the 22nd of December. According to Licobag at their press conference, the first time they received money was January 26 of 2024. So what it meant was that the season opened in September, and if I just give a little explanation so that people then appreciate this. Under the syndicated loan regime, Cocoa Board would then make a projection of its crop output, and then also a projection of the price. And then on the basis of that, Cocoa Board would then give a mandate to the cocoa marketing company to go and sign contracts on the basis of how much Cocoa Board expects to spend in purchasing the crop. So let's say Cocoa Board makes a projection of 600,000 with a price of 5,000. And so they ask CMC to say, go and sign contracts of 500,000. 500,000, not less than $5,000. So they go sign this. And Cocoa Board needs, let's say, $1.8 billion. And the financing cost of maybe some 120 million. So CMC will sign these contracts, 500,000 tons with international buyers at not less than $5,000. These contracts are what Cocoa Board sends to the consortium of banks, the syndicated banks, as collateral. So this is raw beans contract. So Cocoa Board commits to supply 500,000 of its expected 600,000 output, raw beans, to these suppliers, who then have signed a contract to buy the beans at this price. Now, once the banks receive this, they then, on the basis of that, we have a 2.5 billion CD collateral, dollar collateral, Cocoa Board needs 1.8 billion plus financing cost is less, 1.92 billion. So we'll release the money on agreed tranches. This money comes to the central bank. The central bank gives Cocoa Board the CD equivalent, Bank of Ghana rate. Then out of this money received by Cocoa Board then gives what is called seed fund to the license buying companies. So the license buying companies then use these seed funds to buy the cocoa from the farmers on behalf of Cocoa Board. Now you had a situation where in 23-24, the season opened in September. September, October, November, December, the LBCs had not been given any seed fund to buy the bean. Now, this is at the peak of your main crop season. What do you think would have happened during this period? For all this period. So some of the LBCs had to by themselves go and take loans to try and go on the market and all that. But the seed fund that usually is given to this LBCs maybe by mid-September or third week in September to go and buy the crop on behalf of Cocoa Board was not available. In a situation like that, you shouldn't be surprised if there is smuggling.
There's the suggestion that you could have preempted something sometime in November in 2025.
All right, so you see, when you discuss this issue without factoring in the funding model, then you miss it. You see, I've heard people speak about forward sale and all those things. Now, look, Samson, if you project to do 650,000, and by the time we go to where we were, you are done 581,000. By let's say first week in January, 581,000. That's by 82%. So where is that argument coming from? I hear people say that, oh, you do forward and you forward sell about 70% and all that. By the time that we got into this situation, Cocoa Board had taken over 581. 530,000 of that had contracts. 530,000 of that had contracts. So the 5,040 that was promised the farmers, you had a commitment on 581,000 of your projected 650,000. So where's the argument coming from? That they were only doing spot pricing. In fact, some of the 25-26 were forward sold in 24-25. Some of them were forward sold in 24-25 during the 24-25 season. So the issue about they should have done forward sale and they changed it and all that. Now, mind you, you see, under the syndicated loan regime, you are bound to find contracts for the sale of the raw bean to collateralize the loan. So you sign these contracts and present these contracts to the consortium of banks as collateral for the advancement of the syndicated loan. Now, when this collapsed and we had this buyer's model, it is now the buyers who place the orders. And then it's the buyers who provide part of the funding for the purchase of the bean. So you are only liquid, or you only have liquidity when the buyers advance money to you. Under the syndicated loan scheme, you've done the thing, you have agreed on intervals for the money to come. Those monies come in, you have control over your money. You take the money from the Bank of Ghana, you give seed fund for the LBCs to go and buy on your behalf. Under this model, which started from 24-25, it is the buyers who then make an order. I want 50,000 tons. And they make a declaration. Maybe it says that, I would want it in November. And then they will give you 80%. It was 60% in 24-25 because the farmer share was about 63.9. When the farmer share moved to 70 on the basis of the NDC's manifesto, then it had to move to 80 because the 60 will not be enough to even buy the bean from the farmer. So it is the buyers who then provide the liquidity for you at every point in time that they make an order for you to be able to give that to the LBCs to go and buy. So at the point when the buyers decided that, look, your beans were too expensive for them and they had many other origins to buy from, you have a liquidity problem. But I'm saying that at this point, we are done about 82% of our projection. But once the buyers move from your market and they are not purchasing, you do not have the liquidity because they are funding the purchase of the crop. And that is the situation that we found ourselves in.
Okay. So, Michael, I want to get you briefly on this. I've heard the minority suggest that this was avoidable. This is self-inflicted. Listening to Dr. Abe now, it sounds like it was unavoidable. And in fact, they have done the very best that could be done.
Samson, good morning to your listeners, your viewers. Is good Dr. Randy Abe is here. And I think quite clearly Isaac explained the issues very well. He's done very well, except to say that between 2020 to 2023, one of the reasons why the price was going up was not just because of the FX factor, but also the LID, the living income differential of $400 that came to add to the pricing. So that was also a factor that increased the price between 2020 to 2023. Now to the main question that you ask, that the situation is something that they couldn't have done anything about. I think it is a self-inflicted problem because right here, Dr. Randy Abe is saying that even the 26 cocoa, part of it had already been sold. So it means that in 2024, the previous administration has sold forward the 24-25 cocoa and sold part of 25-26 cocoa. That is why he's trying to say. No, you just said part of the 26 cocoa had already been sold So, and you mentioned
25, yes.
And you mentioned that you have
so
sold
not 26.
82%.
He said 24, 25.
He said, so I wrote it down. Yeah, he said part of 26. Unless you change.
No, I mean 25, 26.
Yes,
that's what I mean.
So 25,
so part of 25, 26.
Yes,
had already been forward
24,
sold.
25.
Okay.
Exactly.
Yes. Okay.
So that's
I get that.
I'm
Please
saying.
proceed. Yeah.
So you are saying that the previous administration has sold part of 25, 26 cocoa.
No. That's not what I mean. 24, 25 started in September.
Yes.
And then in August.
They have sold it. And you are saying part of 25, 26 had already been sold.
Yes, not by the previous administration. That's not what I mean. The previous administration was in office September, October, November, December. Yes, but the season continued January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August.
Okay.
The 82% that you are saying has been sold.
Yes.
Which period was it sold?
From, let's say, about March of 2025 to August of 2025.
Is it the same buyers that bought the cocoa?
When is it?
The same buyers you sell to?
Yes.
So how come the buyers are saying they won't buy now? And how come you couldn't sell, if you were able to sell 82%? Have you delivered all the 82%? No.
Yes.
You've delivered all the 82%? No. So how come you couldn't sell the rest? That is why we are saying it's a trading option gone wrong.
I am
because,
surprised.
No, don't be surprised. You have the opportunity to sell for it.
You should have an answer to that question. I think it's a legitimate question he's asking you. No, because from my layman's understanding,
yes,
if there is a forward sale,
exactly,
yes,
and you say you have delivered,
yes,
then we shouldn't have a problem.
You shouldn't have a problem.
No.
Based on what did you announce, achieve that FOB price that you announced last year? It is based on the forward sales you made. That gives you clarity of the next season. Then you come and announce, and when you are calculating your forward sales, you take the main crop aggregates multiplied by the price, the prevailing price. You take, if you have, let's say, some rollovers, you take the rollovers aggregate multiplied by prevailing price, then your projected light crop aggregate by the prevailing price, you add all these to achieve your FOB price, which you came to announce in October last year. Last year, you announced price in August, didn't you?
Yes.
Why did you announce it in August?
We opened the season in August.
You opened the season earlier,
yes,
because you were supposed to open it in October. But the reason you had to open it earlier is because earlier in the year, you had come out to announce that in October, you'll be increasing price, and because of that, the president also went out to say they will increase price in October. So the cocoa that they were supposed to bring, they were not bringing, so you have to open price the season in August so that you receive your beans. And that is why we are saying some of the comments you made outside affected Cocoa Board. Because you come out in as far back as March to announce that I will increase pricing at the end of the season, everybody will hoard. LBCs will hoard, farmers will hoard, nobody will bring the cocoa to you. So you were forced to come and announce price in August. And that just to make sure you get the beans and ship it to the place. You announce price earlier in August at a price of 3,625 per bag, using your forward sales that you've made. And Ghanaian farmers are given a guaranteed price. So once you give them a price of 3,625, it's supposed to cover the entire season. It means you have done your calculation to see how much you sold and how much you are getting. If the previous government in 2024 had been able to sell the whole season cocoa so that you come in and you do not have excess cocoa to give you problems to the extent that it's even eating into 2025, 2026. You come in, what you have to sell is 2025, 2026 cocoa. It gives you comfort. The same way you had the option of selling your cocoa for 2026.
So from where you sit, where is the problem? What is the problem?
The problem is that Dr. Randiabi last year, instead of selling 2025, 2026 cocoa all on forward when they knew prices were very high, because mind you, I saw the projection that Isaac did. This is the first time in many years that prices have reached where they are. And the reason why prices were where they are is because there was a shortage in beans.
So you speak to the specifics. When you talk about prices at what point, and
prices move,
speak about them directly.
Prices move from $2,000 to $3,000.
Right.
Prices have stayed at between $2,000 to $3,000 for a very long time.
Right.
Then from 2023, it starts to rise. It rises steadily. By the time middle of 2023 to 2024, it shoots up. By the time it gets to 2024, we are around $10,000.
Right.
To the extent that even when we entered 2025, there was a particular day it went all the way to $13,000. Then it comes down between 12,000, comes to 8,000, 10,000. You know, cocoa is volatile. Yeah. Every day in the prices they record. So today, yes, they are projecting it. Today you go to the market, it's 8,000. Tomorrow it can go to 8,500 or 9,000. It can come down the following day. So this is the first time you've had that in many years.
So from 10, it plummets.
So you know that it's not going to stay there forever because production has started to increase. Already, you have come to announce that you are expecting 650,000 metric tons. So the buyers know that previously in 2023, you had done 432,000 metric tons. So if you are going to 630,000 metric tons, there's going to be a glut. Ivory Coast was doing about 1.8 million tons. Definitely, Ivory Coast production will go up a little. So every buyer, knowing that there's going to be a glut in the market, will push price down. This is speculation in trading. It will start to push price down. So any trader knew that the prices were not going to stay there forever. With that clarity, it is obvious, and it's the best decision to take is to sell your cocoa forward and take advantage of the position then.
Okay.
So once you've taken advantage
of the position, at what point?
From last year, they should have sold forward even their light crop beans. Right. So that you know that within this season.
At the time when it was 10,000.
Yes, 8,000 to 10,000.
8,000 to 10,000. And now we
last
are
year,
having to
it had not dropped
at 3,000.
Exactly. So, and you knew that you have sold about 82% of your beans. You have light crop beans ahead of you. From this period going, it's light crop beans that will be coming.
So the problem is not selling.
It's not selling. That's why you have beans left, about 50,000 or 70,000 beans left. And you are claiming the buyer is saying your cocoa is expensive. No, it is not the buyer claiming your cocoa is expensive. Market has crashed. And you have stock. And you can't sell.
Your suspicion is that we're trying to hoard.
We're trying to hold on in expectation of higher price. Exactly.
So it's a loss.
It's a loss.
It's a business
wrong calculation that has been done. It's a wrong calculation that has been done.
Okay, so hold on. Randy will explain that. because he's projecting the minority in Parliament's position. Let's hear what the minority, led by Kojo Nkrumah, had to say, including asking for the head of Randy Abbey.
This action to announce a 28% reduction in the price amounts to a haircut of about 28% on close to 1 million Ghanaian cocoa farmers. Already when you go into the cocoa growing areas, I was in my areas just a few days ago. A lot of young people are already not going into cocoa because they say the older folk who went into it, they don't see a transformation in their lives. It's left with the old, elderly, poor on the farms. When you do this, what is going to happen in subsequent years is that even those ones will not be going into the cocoa production. If they won't sell their cocoa farms to Galamsey operators, God knows what they will do. All of this has come about because of the reset that Cocoa Board did. And that is why, respectfully, we ask the President to relieve the Cocoa Board CEO of his responsibilities at this point in time. Number two, we are asking the government that in previous times when cocoa prices fell and the government absorbed the shock and protected the cocoa farmer, the NDC government should absorb the cost of what they have done and protect the cocoa farmer and restore at least the 3,625 that they promised. This 2,800 or so that they are promising is totally unacceptable. Already we are receiving messages from cocoa farmers who say that if this is what is going to happen, they are going to demonstrate in a number of these. And if they do, we in this caucus, we will join them on the streets to do this demonstration. We thank.
I'm even surprised that the IMF is sleeping over this. Because we developed this strategy in consultation with the IMF as a requirement, one of the requirements for implementing the IMF program. I'm really surprised that the IMF has gone to sleep on this. And this government is recklessly managing the cocoa sector, which...
How do you respond to this? Whilst it looks like a pure commercial matter, this country, we must look at things from the political lens.
I'll start off with a question to Michael. From 2017 to 2024, did you forward sell 100% of the projected output?
100%?
Yes.
No, definitely you do about 70 or 30 because that time, for a trader, that time you knew prices were low. That's why I said, when you know that prices are very high, every trader will look at the market situation at every point
Don't look at me anymore because
yes,
he
asked me.
So go ahead.
Every point in time, depending on the market circumstance, that is how you trade. Trading is not, let's say, is not something that is fixed. So let's say your period last year, you've seen the market, you've seen that production is going up. Didn't you know production was going up? You knew your production was going up, Ivory Coast production is going up. So any trader will know that within the next few months, there's a likelihood that the market will respond and prices may go down. So for me as a trader, if I've seen that and I know the price is high, I will forward sell most of my contracts. And the same way, when the market has a lot of beans, and you know that prices are around 3,000, 2,000, and you are not assured that it will go up, you try to take advantage of spot positions too. So you sell more forward to get clarity and take advantage of spot position. Okay. So it depends on the period.
If he asks you a question, be quick with the answer so you can continue.
So in 2023-24, your forward sale that you did, what was the implication for 24-25?
2023-24, the market was now rising. The market was now becoming bullish. So every point, every time they were selling. So if you look at the prices that they achieved, every day and specific prices that they got, because they can't sit and wait. So they were selling all the way.
The point I'm making is that 23-24, you made forward sales.
Yes.
And you could not deliver.
Because the prices were then going up.
Please. You made forward sales and you could not deliver. You projected an output of 800,000 and you forward sold 786,000.
Yes.
Now that decision.
And delivered.
You couldn't deliver 333,000.
Yes, because that was a force majeure. You had El Nino effect. You are sitting at Cocoa Board today. You knew that 2023-24 there was a weather condition globally that affected Ghana and Ivory Coast. Let Isaac show you his projection. How did Ivory Coast cocoa reduce from 2.5 million to 1.8 million? The same thing that happened to Ivory Coast happened to Ghana.
So you see, Samson. Okay, now please allow him. So Samson, this is a party that forward sold. They made an output, they projected an output of 800,000 and forward sold 786,000. Now, at the time that you announce prices, you forward sell. It is just about when the season is about starting. So are you suggesting that the El Nino occurred when the crops were on the trees and they were being harvested? That's one. Two, that decision of forward selling almost 100%. You projected 800,000. You forward sold 786,000. You could not deliver 333,000. You had forward sold this at 2,600. And you could not deliver 333. So the following year, when the prices shot up to the 12,000, 11,000, 10,000, you could only declare an FOB of 4,800 with the farmer getting a share of 3-1. And that was as a result of this your forward sale strategy. You could not deliver 333,000.
That was
about
a big loss.
45%.
Iran, you're not even putting it well.
45%.
A contract had come into existence for the 767 tons. 86 tons that you sold. So if you couldn't deliver 333 tons, meant that the following year, that contract, you were bound. You were bound by that contract. And so you were forward selling.
Yes.
Yeah. In that year.
Yeah.
So your action was not limited to the year that you took the decision.
Yes.
It cascaded into the next year because you couldn't. And
but
then
so a hedging.
So it means that even if cocoa prices were 10,000 in the second year,
you still give it
at the price that you locked in.
You could have done forward sales to prices of 4, and you know, it's a position.
So I'm saying that
I don't know.
You, the proponents of this, this is what you bequeath the cocoa farmer, such that in the history of cocoa, no farmer can beat his chest. My brother here cannot beat his chest and say that. At a point in time in history, when cocoa prices reached 12,000 and 10,000, I made so much money from cocoa that I bought this, I expanded my farm, or I did this. As a result of that, your forward sales strategy, where you forward sold, you projected 800,000, you forward sold 786,000 at an average of $2,600, you could not deliver about 45% in crop forecast. How can you have a deviation of 45%? You couldn't deliver that. And so in the ensuing year, we had to use this high-priced cocoa to service these 333,000 tons. And that obviously brought the weighted average down completely. So at a time when you had the then opposition people saying that the farmer should get 6,000 or 7,000 and all that, if you, Samson, you see the world price, like Isaac is projected, and you have the lowest of the averages at $9,000, and you hear that the farmer is being given 3,100, would that not represent about 30%?
That's right.
Would you not raise alarm? But nobody knew that there was an elephant in the room called rollover, which had been sold at 2,600. And that the effect was 333,000 tons, about 45% of the crop forecast. So that then affected the 24-25 pricing. And that is how come no farmer can say that once upon a time when the prices of cocoa were 12,000, 11,000, farmer this, I got X or I got Y as a result of that forward decision. And I'm saying that, and I'm saying that you also have, you cannot also separate the funding model from how you sell. Sometimes we make it look as if you can go and force a buyer to buy your crop. You can force the buyer. The same way that you're analyzing, the buyer is also analyzing.
All right.
All of those buyers have research and all that. They can also project, they can also see.
I want us to, you guys relax a bit for me. Let me get to the farmer and return to you guys again on the proposed solutions, including getting into the bond market. So let's hear you first, Inusa.
I think that this issue is not a 2025 issue.
Am I right to think that from what Michael is suggesting, it is not really the case that Randy's regime, they were cautious because of the previous, loss from the forest sale. So they were cautious not to do a similar thing.
Let me just, because of what you said, let me just chip in something. That thing they did was under the syndication.
Syndication?
Where you had to forward sell in accordance with what you expect to raise to buy the crop. So you push an output of 800,000, you go and sign contracts for 786,000 because of what you expect to raise. As to whether your projection was founded or not founded, we can't tell. Do you understand what I'm saying? But for the first time in the history of Cocoa Board, you have a crop forecast that goes off by 45%. Okay. And that was under the syndication, the last time that a syndication loan was raised and it collapsed.
All right. Okay, thank you.
So as somebody who studies the market and also look at the activities of Cocoa Board over the years, this problem of Cocoa Board that has manifested did not start today. You remember the 2024 campaign? I saw you in that meeting where the vice president was asked a pointed question whether Cocoa Board was crashing.
He refused to answer.
He refused to answer.
Yeah.
It's not a new problem.
A journalist had asked the question that Cocoa Board was collapsing. And he said he didn't know where he was coming with his facts. He didn't know about it. He won't answer it.
Good. But now, position then.
Okay.
It was the what?
It was a good position because for any company,
the vice president saying that it's a good
position.
But
now looking back, it sounds to me that people had
picked the signals
of a situation at the time.
Possibly,
people had picked the signals.
He didn't have the figures then.
All right.
And for any institution, you look at both revenues and everything before you determine whether it's going.
Okay. Let's hear.
So what I'm saying is that people had picked the signals.
When you decide to, when your cocoa bills in 2023, it becomes part of DDEP, and you decide to reschedule that debt, what is the signal you're sending out? The signal is that you're broke. When Ghana declared DDEP, what happened to Ghana?
Then it's not only that.
What happened to Ghana?
You must also look at, so first of all, we must all understand that people picked credible signals that Cocoa Board was collapsing in 2024. Credible. And the projection they just made, you can see 2023, 2024, what happened. You can see clearly that Cocoa Board raked up heavy debt in those years. You can see it. Two, you also have to understand that because of what happened, the failure, refusal, or neglect to deliver by contract affected the confidence of buyers. So they were not now ready to pre-finance the buying of the cocoa beans. That was why a new funding model came into being. That shook the market and destroyed the confidence of those who had provided stable capital. Okay? Now, you combine it with and for 8 years, I was in Parliament for 4 of those 8 years of the MPP. The administrative costs of Cocoa Board continuously kept rising. Anytime they took the syndicated loan, they spent a heavy part of the syndicated loan on themselves, on administration. We raised red flags that this model was not sustainable. You go and look at the cocoa rows, the amount of money in that period that was spent on cocoa roads. Then you ask yourself, what model was that? How can you rake in that debt and still think that an institution, a trading institution like Cocoa Board will survive? Now, if you enter into a delivery contract, fail to deliver the quantities, the obligation under that contract, you're not excused of that obligation. You're not excused. So you had forward sold. And so when you fail, and there's a rollover, you are still obligated to supply at the amount. Because the failure to supply was not because the buyers refused to take, but because you couldn't supply.
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay? Now, and you know that we would have stood to benefit if in the succeeding years, cocoa prices dropped to a level below 2,600, we would have benefited. So we would lose if cocoa prices went beyond. I mean, if cocoa prices had fallen beyond,
and they went up. So
if cocoa if cocoa prices had fallen below, I'm sure today Randy will not be sitting here claiming that. They will say that it is because they were visionary. They saw it from afar and that cocoa prices will plummet, and so they sold at. So you must be prepared to say that, look, that action of failure to deliver, not failure to enter, into a contract, but failure to deliver the excess 333 tons is probably responsible for our present situation. You must understand that. Because if that had been delivered, now we will hold the present management of Cocoa Board responsible for not entering into a forward contract in a manner that brought revenue. So that is a prudential decision they took, the reduction of the price of cocoa to reflect the situation at Cocoa Board and also world market prices. You know, because it's a prudential decision.
But Michael raises a point, or the minority raised a point, Kojo Oppong Nkrumah championing that, that there are times when the windfall, the cocoa farmer doesn't get to benefit from the windfall. So in a situation where, because of your marketing and hedging skills, you may have missed a plot, the prices have gone down, don't let the cocoa farmer suffer. He says, you take that cushion. Government should give them that cushion.
No, that would be a reckless decision. The cocoa farmer is also in a business, okay? He understands the up and downs of the cocoa trade. He understands it. Now,
he's in a business where he doesn't have a say. Right? He doesn't have a say.
No, what I'm saying is that you understand. No, anybody who is a producer will say that, well, me, I don't care. You have to give me the benefit. But I'm saying that you must understand the remits of the business. That look, if the prices were favorable in other jurisdictions, you would have seen them trying to smuggle the crop.
But there's no free market. It's like your gold ball situation. Whoever produces gold, this is the only place you can sell it, and at this price.
Yes.
So they don't have the option. They don't determine where in the market we go. You are the one controlling everything and determining how it ought to be sold. So that's why you should cushion them when at times you have benefited and at certain times it has gone bad.
If you will, let me just provide some information.
Quickly.
At least what I know is that from when we assumed office, the price that was set in September 2024 used 16 cedis as the exchange rate. 16 cedis is what was used as the exchange rate. We all know what happened from April, May of 2025 with the exchange rate. The exchange rate went down to about 10.2. But the 16 cedis was maintained as a price to the farmer. So although the cocoa we were selling at that point, Bank of Ghana was giving us 10.2, 10.3, 10.4. The 16 cedis, which is what was used to determine the price in September 2024, is still what government and Cocoa Board continued paying the cocoa farmer. Now, even moving to 25-26, you realize that the first time we set the price in August, we used 10.25 as the exchange rate. And we later reviewed it in October when the Ivorian price was announced. We reviewed it and used an exchange rate for 11.5. That exchange rate stayed there for only 2 weeks and came down into the 10s until today.
Okay.
Now, whilst all of that, the 11.5 stayed for only 2 weeks, we were still paying the farmer on the basis of the 11.5 to an extent that the farmer's share of 70% rose to 75% and sometimes 76%.
Well, we'll come back to that question as to, the commercial prudence in that kind of arrangement, where you are not making profit. If that's the case, you are not making profit, and yet you are making sure that somebody doesn't suffer, is gaining. Yes, Nana. I've been meaning to ask you to say your name in full by yourself. Yes, go ahead, please. How do you pronounce it?
I don't my name is Nane Duna.
Nana Eduna.
Duna the second. Eduna means really 10. Edu.
Nah.
So the son of the 10th. You see, Edu is 10. Okay. The son of the 10th.
So you see, and from where you sit, what is happening?
From where I sit, I'm actually sitting on the left side of the chief. And traditionally, as Achamini, I'm supposed to be sitting here. So I'm sitting on the left side of the chief. Good day and good day to your listeners. I think that, again, being a simple farmer, you know, all this big English about all these figures, you know, it means very little to we on the ground. So let me adopt the position of a farmer. However, I took a cocoa board scholarship, or I was lucky to get a cocoa CMB scholarship when I was going to school. So then I went a bit further to try and understand some of these things so that I can come back and explain it to my people when I hear it. Okay, you know, all this nice language, I also went back into the history books to learn that in the 1920s and 1930s, we were dealing directly with those who bought our cocoa. Yeah. Okay. So historically, this intervention of somebody now sitting on our happiness is not something that we farmers actually took on us, because we used to trade. In fact, then what happened in the 1920s and 1930s was that there was a manipulation by the buyers at the time, Cadbury's and Roundtrees in particular, which also then at the same time the French and the British were teaming up to form the FCC, Federation of Cocoa Commerce, which is actually responsible for all the shipping of cocoa contracts globally. So they lock you in. Okay, so I studied some history. Then I also realized that when my ancestors were not happy with the price, they burnt the cocoa in the 1930s as a result of the resistance that they were coming up with. So I read all that. Okay. Then what did the British colonial government do at the time? Typical, divide and rule. Form a commission of inquiry. Noel Commission came out with the findings in the 1940s. My people never signed that contract. Never. We never appended our signature to it. I'm giving you a historical account of what is happening. But they went ahead and formed the CMB, Cocoa Marketing Board, in 1947. Had nothing to do with we in our interests. It had to do with trying to find a low price for British industry, 1947. Remember also, then, the Second World War had just ended. Europe was in serious trouble. They were looking for a way of coming back. The colonies became important. They had always been important, but more so for resources. Fast forward independence, and Nkrumah smartly, okay, we've got to use this commodity to fund many things. And of course, let's even go back a bit. Look, cocoa. Achimota School, where I went to school, was funded by Cocoa, Kolebu Hospital, cocoa money. The railways, right to Takoradi Harbour, cocoa money. You know, the foundation for this economy, cocoa. Okay. Nkrumah smartly, fast forward, 1950s, 60s after independence. Okay. Sometimes we talk about this politics about LNM and Matimiho and whatever is like it was a tribal. No, it was about cocoa. It was about cocoa because at the time, cocoa was such a powerful revenue, but Nkrumah also had to find a way of getting some hand in control of it. So he called and said, look, I'll give you people scholarships and whatever in exchange for you sacrificing some of the revenue. And Bafo Akutu at the time, he said, you people, you are coming to tell us that you want to take our revenue. No, you're taking your own. So that was the genesis of it. Of course, then there was some violence and it became political, but cocoa was behind it. Okay, Nkrumah got his way, fortunately, visionary with whatever he wanted to do, but he didn't last long. Okay, thereafter, what has happened to our industry? And you can actually even look back again further at the trajectory of even production. 1896, we started with 36 kilos. By 1911, we're doing 20,000 metric tons. Look at the increase. That's where families like mine, who came from Akropong, and we knew, or we went in the trade, we made money. We made serious money.
All right.
Okay. Of course, there was the attempted manipulation right to the early 1940s, but we still made money. Good money. When you go to the big account towns,
cocoa money you meant.
It's cocoa money. All these big compound houses in Bantama and Akufo-Addo and Akropong and
famous cocoa
talk about
they are associated with those wealth.
With one of the first who built a story building out of pure Udum wood, the first floor. We know what wealth is.
So let's fast
forward to now, where we have been made poor by now the board that was whatever, now sitting on us and now telling us what they will pay us. Look, at the end of the day, again, they talk about everything being free and surprise, whatever. The funding of including Cocoa Board salaries and whatever, it is the margin of whatever the difference is between what is sold at the landing terminal price and what is paid by the farm gate price. So we cocoa farmers are funding everything, including all this debt that has been accumulated. They will expect us to pay. So you see, when all this...
But the coordination that...
I'm just saying... So
coordination that the authority, the board brings to what you do.
Yeah.
You can't discount that.
No, we can't. But at least involve us. Communicate to us. You are going to forward whatever. Tell us. Explain to us. Let us understand. But you don't then come and ram the thing after all, frustrating or whatever, when we know how and what we used to do some time ago to make ourselves wealthy. But then you come and tell us we are poor. Then you keep our money for almost 4 months. Just a minute, can I finish? For almost 4 months. Then after that, you come and hammer us by taking, without any communication, consultation. No, that's not fair. That's not fair. You know, and you know...
When you are getting the increases, you don't complain.
No. But even to be fair and with respect to but the increases, after all, we deserve it. After all, at the end of the day, we are still funding the thing anyway. It's from our production. It is from the money it is from whatever we make. And two, so when the thing went to 12,000 and whatever, but they had locked us in at a certain price without even really informing or discussing. So even just the understanding of it at the baseline level, at the very least, we deserve to be informed about these things, which is why then it gets to a certain point we ask, so this board,
in our current circumstance and the reduction that has come about, is it difficult for farmers to appreciate that this is how to sustain the industry?
It is very difficult because, one, look, if the farmer is a business, we are struggling with the cost of production to maintain whatever we need to do. The issue of Galamsey, for example, labor, because of the cost of labor, and especially in the cocoa growing areas, it's a very significant thing. So we have to compete, for example, against the cost of how much they will pay for the people going to do Galamsey. So even at the 3,600 and something, we are struggling. Now you come and ram us.
But you know the reality on the market now. Why do you limit it to you come and ram us? Like it's just Cocoa Board or the government?
No, but then if you're going to do whatever, then do the decrease across board. Why are you targeting we farmers alone? Then do the decrease across board.
It is across board.
Who is
no. When I say across board, in terms of salaries,
it is across board because Nana, you see this issue of consultation. I think there's a good reason why on the board of Cocoa Board you have
farmers. Two farmers.
Can I respond to that one?
No.
Let me make the point first, then we get your reaction. Yes,
okay. I'll come to you and I'll respond to that.
You have two farmers.
Yes.
What I realized, and on all the management boards of the subsidiaries and divisions of Cocoa Board, you have farmers represented.
Yeah.
What I realized upon the assumption of office was that we have a lot of cocoa farmer groups, a lot. And so that then becomes a bit of a problem. You know, I never knew that my friend was a cocoa farmer until I got to Cocoa Board. And then he sent me his articles and stuff and the movie and all that. I didn't know. In fact, I didn't know that his name had changed. What I knew. So he's one of the foremost psychologists in Ghana. You know, so I didn't know that all those things are changed. But there are a lot of farmer groups. But over the years, there's a particular group that Cocoa Board has dealt with over the years. That's Kokoshi, the Cocoa, Coffee and Share of Farmers Association. But then I realized that now there are a lot of them. So I have even met about 6 of them in dealing with these issues. I've met about 6 different farmer groups. And so I decide to meet them as and when. Now, the issue that you just raised, you see, sometimes the impression is also created as if Cocoa Board plays no role.
No, on the contrary.
No, just a minute. You know, somebody watching might think that, the farmer does everything.
Yeah.
And then Cocoa Board just goes to sell the thing, takes the money, and gives the farmer. Now, if you start from CRIG, the Cocoa Research Institute, which was set up as a result of this same CSSVD somewhere in 1936, it is CRIG that does all the research. That has been developing all these varieties to be able to withstand the CSSVD and all of that. They do the testing of all the agrochemicals and fertilizer. They go around the country to test the effect of all this all throughout the year. Then you also have the seed production division.
Sorry, you forgot to add that Craig also developed.
Yes.
You forgot to.
So you have a product development unit where people can now you have the seed production division. For all cocoa farmers in Ghana, the seedlings that they plant is provided by Cocoa Board. So Cocoa Board will nest maybe 6 million, 7 million of these seedlings, and it's on the basis of the research by Craig. And this is given to farmers free of charge.
You see, this is where I object to this notion of free, because eventually we pay for it anyway. No.
Okay. When I say free, it's within a context.
But let
me explain that. I'm just saying that a farmer is not charged before they are given the seedlings. This is given to them. You have extension services that are provided to farmers in all the 74 districts of Ghana. So the Cocoa Health and Extension Division, they do this. A farmer is not charged for the provision of that service. But this is also done. You have a situation of the fertilizer and agrochemicals that is given to farmers. Then you have the issue of the grading and sealing, which is quality. Because for where you sell the cocoa to, they have standards. If you even take the case of Japan, they go the extra mile of testing for heavy metals. So you need to provide all of this before the cocoa is certified and taken. And all this is expense that is made. You look at the warehousing, the shipping, the marketing, and the sale of this cocoa. All of that are done. The haulage of the agrochemicals, the haulage of the cocoa itself, all of this is cost. So it is all of this that is situated in that 30%.
All right.
So it's not as if the 30% is just for cocoa board's salaries.
I would totally agree with you.
Yes.
The point I make is that stop saying these things are free.
All right.
Stop it.
No, I've said that
we should.
I've said that. You see, because when you also were speaking, you also did not allude.
Okay.
To all of these things being a cost.
Yes.
Because if you do that, people will then understand why
the coordination that you benefit from that. When I mention coordination, people then understand all the things that come together to make the product ready for the market.
Can I? You
it's
people.
A universal practice.
No. Can I finish?
You are not going to. When you go to Ivory Coast, they are now leading producers of cocoa. You don't see a situation where the world market price is paid wholesale.
No. Can
to a farmer. If you go anywhere, Ecuador, you don't see it immediately. The
Thank
state
you.
Can I say something here?
So Nana, presently, under this circumstance, you are not getting real, are you? When you protest the reduction, that's what.
No, I'm not. We are getting very real. 1, 2. In terms of, and then Dr. Randiabe mentioned very crucial aspects of cocoa board, in terms of Craig, in terms of quality control, and I must add in terms of Cocoa Marketing Company, CMC, in terms of the management, external trade, and you know, for me, chaired SPD, I'll tell you very honestly, and again, cocoa board needs to be restructured if we're going to go forward. Look, the average age of the cocoa farmer is 64 years. Yes. The average age, and that is a real problem. We can talk about that in the reforms going forward. Look, at the end of it, those shed and those SPD, and those.
I need us. I was hoping that we could terminate on the hour.
Okay.
Because I wish I could do that. I've two other guests who are joining us for the other subjects, but they will also comment briefly about this cocoa matter. So let's now look at the question of the proposed solutions as put forward by the finance minister. And please, let's project the slides on that as well. Automatic producer price adjustment, issue cocoa bonds. I'm not too sure issuing cocoa bonds is going to really work, because as we understand, some banks have suffered, greatly over this. In excess of, is it 2 billion Ghana cedis that has had to be written off, in the previous situation. Clean cocoa boards books, at least 50% of beans to be produced, processed locally. Streamline cocoa boards cost, and then no export remainder of off-season. Randy, explain this to us.
I was just going to say...
Explain this to us briefly, and let's now get you into to explain whether you think this is the solution. Then I'll bring in Oliver and Vera briefly to round up this segment, and then return to the next two topics.
All right. So something, when we assumed office, we had to analyze what the situation was. When we did the analysis, we realized that, look, if you even do a time series analysis of periods where increases have occurred, you realize that the cocoa farmer has not really benefited. And then you also realize that in periods where we have maintained the prices when it's going down, cocoa board has also made a lot of under-recoveries. And like I used the example of 2025 and 2026 with respect to the exchange rate, where we still kept the price for the farmer. We realized that, look, we immediately need a new pricing model, a new pricing mechanism that will ensure that if the farmer must benefit on the basis of high prices, they benefit. And then we also have a situation where if the prices are not good enough, cocoa board also doesn't rake in debts under the guise of under recoveries. And the petroleum downstream sector was in this situation many years ago until a decision was taken in 2015 to bring in the deregulation of the prices. And so we believe that we needed a system like that, a new pricing mechanism. Now, when we also looked at the funding model, we realized that, look, if you look at the syndication and you look at this buyer's funding model, First of all, look at the bias model which we had inherited. We had said, and had granted interviews and said same, that we do not expect this funding model to go beyond 25-26. Because once we extinguish largely the rollover contracts, and you also had the prices come down a bit, the buyers will not be motivated. There will be no motivation for them to continue funding your crop. And so we needed a new funding model. Yeah. Now, if you look at the two models, from the syndication to the buyer-funded model, you would realize something interesting. We keep speaking about 560,000 as installed capacity for processing.
Yeah, I need you to be very quick about this rounding up.
Yeah, we speak about processing capacity and all that. But if you have funding models, that ensures that you collateralize your raw beans. Sometimes in the case of 2023-24, you collateralize close to 100% of your raw beans. What is then left for local processing? So you are just talking about processing capacity, but your funding model itself, your financing of the crop itself, does not allow you to be able to provide the beans for processing in Ghana. So you need a funding model that does not require of you to collateralize majority, if not all, of your raw bean to international buyers. And so a new funding model was needed. And that is why the issue of the pricing mechanism, the issue of the funding model came up. Now, to be able to go and this buyers model and the syndication are all foreign banks, external, either buyers or foreign banks. Can we do something domestic? Can we change the narrative? That is possible. If you look at where the economy is going to and the numbers that are coming up, it should be better for this country to be able to, for COCOBOD to be able to do that. But you also needed to work on COCOBOD's books.
You're right.
Because COCOBOD had a negative equity of about 3.9 billion.
And then what does it mean, working on your books?
So if you look at your debt profile, you look at your equity level, the banks will obviously look at your financial position. And that is why we needed to get some decisions taken by cabinet, especially the issue of conversion of the debts of Ministry of Finance, some of the debts of Ministry of Finance and the Bank of Ghana. And also the issue of the cocoa rows. If you take the cocoa rows, for example, and I'm happy Michael is here. Under the IMF program, I heard the former Minister of Finance, Dr. Anta, refer to IMF and IMF. Under the IMF program, COCOBOD committed to, because COCOBOD had signed cocoa rows from 2014 to 2024, 26.5 billion of cocoa rows. In 3 years, 2018, 2019, 19, 20, 2021, COCOBOD signed 21.5 billion out of this 26 billion worth of cocoa rows. 3 years, 21.5 billion.
Okay.
Now, COCOBOD committed to, in the IMF program, to do what they call a rationalization exercise, to reduce this
cocoa rows,
this indebtedness or this commitment from 21.7 billion at the time to 6.9 billion.
Yeah.
I got into office only to find out that for 2 years, COCOBOD didn't do it. They didn't do nothing. So it took me to go to the finance minister, the finance minister to get the roads minister for us to sit. Within 6 weeks, we had completed this rationalization exercise to reduce the exposure from 21.7 billion to 4.35 billion. And that is the 4.35 billion that the finance minister requested of cabinet to move from COCOBOD's books to the Ministry of Roads and Ministry of Finance, so that the books also look better. So these are some of the practical steps we're doing to clean the books, to be able to let COCOBOD, with the backing of government, now go into the market and get these bonds to be able to finance the crop.
So, Michael, in a minute, you, the opposition, actually say you don't really see solutions. You held your press conference before the minister made the announcement, correct? So, do you have a changed position?
No.
Reality check, or you still insist on all the demands you made?
Samson, our position is still the same, because in Ghana, the farmer has always gotten a guaranteed price. So once you came in to announce a price for the farmer and you claim you sold 82% of your cocoa, why can't you give the farmer that price? At least.
But you know the difference between the political talk and the reality.
The best you could have done was to give the farmer the same price till the end of the season. The season will end in October, and now we are in the light.
So what is your proposal? Where do you go for money to take care of what you're talking
But where
about.
are they getting the money to take care of the 150 million? From the same government. The same government, Cocoa Board has been supporting the same government in many activities. For instance, the Bui Dam.
That's right.
Okay. Government has been paying money to Cocoa Board for Bui Dam. So government knows that at every point in time.
What do you mean by the Bui Dam?
Bui Dam, Cocoa Board uses collateralized cocoa to pay for.
And the Minister of Finance pays Cocoa Board.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying.
So what is?
So
what
government
are you doing?
pays.
It's like government is buying cocoa from you. What are you doing?
Yeah. Okay. Or even the
what are you doing?
So the same way.
Even the road sector alone.
Exactly. A lot of things that Cocoa Board is doing. Cocoa Board has done a lot for government. So if government is coming in within this short period, from now to October, to support Cocoa Board, to support the farmers, then after the new season, the October season, which will be coming, we can then all sit down and say, okay, the prices have dropped. So this is the new situation. But as it stands now, reducing the price from 3,625 to 2,500 is a no-brainer. And you know what is quite interesting is listening to Dr. Randy Abbey and Inusaf, Honorable.
Yeah, no problem.
I'm flabbergasted because how can you sit here and continue to say, oh, you created a rollover as if it was intentionally created when you know when you know that there was an El Nino effect. Which is a dry spell, and it is because of that El Nino effect that made prices go up. If the El Nino effect had not happened, prices will not go up.
Okay.
When you know, Dr. Randy Abbey sat here and said they use 16 cities to price 2024. When you know it was 15,
I didn't say
you said they.
Yes.
You said
and the part of your demand and your part of your demand.
Even if it was 15.
So you know it was 15.
No, I'm saying.
So why do you use?
Hold on.
Most of the figures you churn out.
Mike, the part of your demand for his removal, the part of your demand for his removal, what's the basis and how does that resolve the problem?
Randy came into office. First of all, he took a decision not to sell for it. Yes.
What is the meaning of it?
You were supposed to give the mandate to.
What is the meaning of it? How did we sell it to 2%?
And then we got into the situation we are.
How did we sell it to 2%?
Apart from that, you come out.
How did we sell
and announce that Cocoa Board has 50,000 metric tons? The day you announced, prices had dropped to 4,200. The day you announced that Cocoa Board had 50,000 metric tons unsold cocoa.
But you're not keeping fidelity to the facts.
The market reacted and price dropped to 3,600.
Sale of 24-25.
I'm coming. Prices dropped to 3,600. And the chief executive, the chief scribe of Cocoa Board, he didn't know that his words could even affect the market. He was out saying that how can my words affect the price in Ecuador? For a chief executive, you didn't even know this.
I think it's important for me to address this issue.
In 30 seconds.
Look, the price dropped up to 4,200. What made it?
On the 6th, it dropped to 4,200.
I'm asking you.
Speculators
rather than ask a comment. Ask a question.
The reduction to 4,200, was it on the basis of the fact that I had said that we had 50,000?
No, the 4,200 was the glut. But then from 4,200
Something. I'm coming to you.
Something.
Oliver and then
something. I think that it's important that Michael looks in the face of the Ghanaian people and explain to them how come Cocoa Board awarded 21.5 billion cedis worth of contracts in 3 years when there was no budgetary allocation for that one. 2, he should look
you give me the opportunity.
He should look at Dana here and the farmers there and explain to them how come they were importing juice sacks. They were not clearing the juice sacks at the port. They kept importing to the extent that when they had not cleared over 100,000 bales of juice sacks for 2 years, in 2024, they placed an order for another 80,000 bales, and on the 3rd of December, issued an irrevocable letter of credit for $48 million. He should explain to us why they did that.
Okay. Give me the opportunity.
We have heard this over and again.
Yes.
Okay, another 30 seconds to you.
30 seconds cannot respond.
No, I'm sorry, but I have to move on. Otherwise, it will be an unending cycle. I can't do that. Yeah.
30 seconds cannot.
Please go ahead.
Samson, juice sacks is a plant. Jute is a plant. It's called kenaf. You plant it. It takes about 3 months to mature, and then you have to process. Even the shipment alone will take about 12 to 14 months before it gets in, because they will not ship all in bulk. They ship it in batches. So over the years, from 20 years in cocoa board. If you go to cocoa board, the history is there. They will tell you that they purchase juice sacks every in advance, 2 years in advance. That's what they do.
Yes.
So that they can prepare in purchasing it. What happened in 2022? There was an Exemption Act that was repealed. When the Exemption Act was repealed, cocoa board had already purchased juice sacks. The juice sacks came in for 2023. Cocoa board was negotiating with the Ministry of Finance to give exemption. Whilst negotiating, Ministry of Finance had not given that exemption. So cocoa board, when they get money, they go and clear some of the juice sacks, and then whilst leaving some there. But then that is not to say you need to have forecast.
You are not cleared.
So you
and you ordered
the next one.
Thank you, Michael.
In case they give you exemption,
you are not cleared. You ordered.
You are not cleared. You ordered for 3 consecutive years. Did they leave all the juice sacks?
Over 100,000.
If you like, don't clear for 2027.
Thank you.
Since you are claiming, that there's enough juice sacks, don't order for 2027.
Michael, thank you.
And let's see what will happen.
Michael, thank you.
Don't order.
So
I'm challenging you. Don't order.
No, it's okay.
Thank you very much. Nana, it feels like Michael should have been working at Cocoa Board.
You see, a quick disclaimer.
Except that it would have been said that
he was working there.
Family,
He was working there.
I never even stepped foot there.
His dad was the boss. His dad was the boss. So
he was getting contracts. He was getting contracts.
Yes. What's your solution?
He was getting contracts.
Quick.
Me, never.
Thank you. What's your solution, Nana?
Quick disclaimer.
Maybe you are doing it now.
Quick disclaimer.
Nana, what's your solution?
Quick disclaimer. Cocoa is a business. I'm a farmer.
Yes.
And an entrepreneur. As long as we continue politicizing our cocoa, we will have this challenge. It just responds to some of the solutions that have been advocated. Honorable former minister said that cocoa board is a trading institution. I want to ask the question: is cocoa board a regulator? Is cocoa board a trading institution? Is cocoa board a price competitor? Is cocoa board a price setter? What is cocoa board?
Your solution?
One of the solutions is that we should really scale down cocoa board and redefine exactly what they do. And I would prefer that they stay as a regulator.
Scale it down. What's that? What are the numbers there?
Exactly.
And I think that how much does salaries affect what you are doing?
I think that the IMF has and the World Bank have actually pointed out some of these things. They should actually focus on delivering them.
All right.
Another important aspect is value addition, because of course, if you are producing a crop, you have to be able to utilize it yourself to add value to them. So value addition, there's a talk about 50% processing. But how much of that processing is really done by local Ghanaian companies? Very little. If anything, we are locked into foreign issues, etc. Plus, number 4, very important.
So we are projecting Ohini cocoa.
Yes, number 4.
The fine stuff.
Yes, we do a number of. I mean, producing stuff from cocoa is actually fairly simple, especially if you don't go down the expense.
So what is this? Tell me about
this. One is a joint concept with cocoa wine by Volta Winery and Ohini cocoa.
So this is cocoa.
This is a cocoa wine.
Cocoa wine.
Yes, we have energy bars, we have a husk tea, etc. We have sweetened nips, etc.
Okay.
But I'll speak to my brother Randy Abala. I think the last important point I wanted to make was that we should really look at this free zones concept, especially in relation to cocoa, because it is completely anti-competitive and it destroys the local industry concept.
All right. Yes.
So first of all, I think that the reforms are well intended. Even the pricing at the initial stages was a statement of intent that, look, with conditions remaining constant, this was what we were going to pay to farmers. But clearly, things have changed, and so we require a new, outlook. We require a new performance criteria. We require to deal with matters differently. The reforms come in three or four sectors. It tackles structural inefficiencies. And there are a lot of structural inefficiencies in the cocoa board. And so if you are able to tackle those structural inefficiencies, you should be able to put cocoa board on a sound financial footing. Now, we also look at the financial management. There are a lot of monies that are going into areas that clearly are not tangential to the work of cocoa board. And so you need to look at that and scale it down. And that's what the reforms are talking about. And also, like Nana has said, when farmers, I'm also a farmer, but I'm into grains. I mean, when farmers sell to government, What they need is their money. That's all. I mean, if you don't give them their money, I mean, it reduces, it saps them. That's why it's no little wonder that the average age of a farmer is 64, because the youth will not see any attractiveness.
The new funding model, new pricing model will fix this.
Good.
Forever.
Good.
Fix this.
And the overall is to bring some level of confidence in sector governance. Impunity must stop. I mean, people must be held accountable.
Okay.
For their
especially the boards, the past boards, including the farmer members.
They must be held accountable, because
including the farmer members
accountable,
they must
will continue to thrive. Look, I tell you, yes. I was the chairman, a ranking member of the Constitutional, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs Committee. Cocoa Board, when it was established as a trading company. Why? We did that because we needed the foreign exchange. And so we had to aggregate the cocoa, sell, get the foreign exchange. When the Akufo-Addo came, the first act was to do what? To move Cocoa Board from Minister of Finance to Minister of Agriculture.
I must add that Cocoa Board must also...
I will do this, and then I'll take a quick break, return, we'll hear from Oliver on these matters as well, and then we'll proceed on the next subjects that we have to deal with. But Valentine certainly is here again, and Hefsi's Gifts has sorted you out. They have you completely sorted out. For all your luxury and affordable gifts this Valentine, contact Hefsi's Gifts on 055 554. I'll take that number again, 055 594 0022. I'll take it for the last time. Contact Hefsi's Gifts on this number, 0555 94 0022 to place your orders. Hefsi's has available red roses, fresh flowers, luxury hampers, chocolates, cupcake, and candle bouquets, spa sets, and so much more. You can locate Hefsi's behind American House, East Legon, Accra. Follow them on Instagram at Hefsi's and call or WhatsApp to the number I just shared with you, 0555 94 0022 to place your orders now. Hefsi's, all you need to make your Valentine truly special. We'll be right back.
Are you weary of land disputes and never-ending legal battles? It's time to claim a legacy that truly belongs to you. Welcome to Rehoboth Havens, where we simplify the journey to home ownership for Ghanaians, whether you are at home or abroad. Located in the Tranke Hills of Agyeman-Rawlings, our community offers stunning vistas of the Pediasi-Ebri Mountains. Experience peace of mind in our secure, gated community, thoughtfully designed for your comfort amidst beautifully landscaped surroundings and premium recreational spaces. At Rehoboth Social Housing, we are here to turn your dreams into reality. With just 30% deposit, move into one of our ready-to-occupy homes today. We will extend your remaining balance over 5 years, providing the flexibility and assurance your family deserves. Choose from our modern 2-bedroom homes, the luxurious 3-bedroom sunbay, or our spacious 4-bedroom detached residences. Starting at just 675,000 Ghana cedis, your dream of home ownership is finally within reach. Don't wait any longer. Call us today at +233 55 375 1933 or +44 7917 376631. Rehoboth Social Housing. Your housing dream becomes reality.
At Drive EVGH, we keep one goal in front of us: make electric mobility truly work for Ghana. Our lineup is built with intention. We offer electric vehicles that perform, endure, and fit real lifestyles. Whether it is a compact city EV, a practical everyday model, or a premium electric SUV with power and comfort, our range gives drivers clear options without the confusion. Every vehicle is thoroughly inspected and prepared to deliver value from day one. EV Service Center supports all electric vehicle brands with diagnostics, battery care, and general servicing. It is expert support designed to keep every driver moving. With XCharge EV, our expanding charging network at key locations across the country, making every journey predictable and reassuring. Drive EVGH, the standard for electric mobility in Ghana.
Excellent furnishing in a real estate business is a great deal for survival. My struggles as a young estate developer were cut short when I discovered Fernart Ghana. With quality furniture made from the finest woods and amazing after-sale service, Fernart Ghana changed my story with every single home I built. It's a one-stop shop that serves the interests of clients with a variety of living room and dining sets, solid wood kitchen installations, wardrobes, doors, cabinets, beds, pergolas, floor parquets, and many other wooden products that will last a lifetime. With Fernart Ghana, all clients are offered the opportunity to customize furniture to their specifications, and the smile on their faces says it all. Thanks to Fernart, now your home can look beautiful with furniture that would last for generations. Visit Fernart Ghana today and share my story. Locate us at Yaneba Estate, Osu, Accra, or call 0303-966-085 or 055-278-4097. Think wood, think Fernart.
You deserve. Dream.
Another week is here on the greatest of all time show. My name is Giovanni Clip, and tonight we're bringing you talent. Contestant number one, let's bring Debat. Let's bring. He did it for you.
Cut. Oh, there is a leakage.
Where's the plumber? For quality and durability, insist on Syntex pipes.
If you want quality, this be where you belong.
Strong, tough, and reliable. Your perfect match to your trusted Syntex pipe. Syntex pipe, it dey carry water, no wahala. Syntex pipe, it dey make water dey flow. Syntex, and you're strong, and you're tough.
What juice are you taking?
This is Koa Natural 100% cocoa fruit juice.
Can I have a glass?
Of course.
Koa Natural 100% cocoa fruit juice is not just your regular cocoa drink. This is an innovative juice made from the pulp of the cocoa fruit. Once the cocoa pod is harvested, the pulp, which would have been previously discarded, this time is set aside, and that is what is used to make your Koa Natural 100% cocoa fruit juice. Not only is Koa refreshing, the taste is incredible.
Wow.
There's no added sugar, no additives, and no preservatives. 100% cocoa fruit juice. Don't worry, you won't be left out.
Wow, this is unbelievable. I will take this anytime, any day.
Is here, and Love has a new deal every week at Gold Board Jewelry from 1st to 7th. Celebrate yourself with stunning self-love gold from 8th to 14th. Say yes with our promise of gold deals. Honor family, friends, and special people with meaningful gold gifts from the 15th to 21st. In the final days of February, experience the Gold Board Jewelry Discovery Week. These deals will not wait. Visit Gold Board Jewelry showrooms and website today and enjoy our February of Love deals. Enjoy up to 30% discount across our entire range of jewelry. Gold Board Jewelry, pure, precious, and proudly Ghanaian.
You're welcome back. This is NewsFile. It's your most authoritative news analysis platform. And here on NewsFile, as always, we put Ghana first. I have your tons of messages. I'll be sharing them with the rest of the world. This show is brought to you by Bank of Africa, as strong as a group and close as a partner. MTN everywhere you go. Ashesi University, educating ethical and entrepreneurial leaders for Africa. Robert & Sons Optical Services, your comprehensive eye care service provider for 33 plus years. My Way Insurance, dial *165# on MTN to join My Way today. Syntex Tanks is strong, it's tough, and Safari Valley Eco Park, bringing you closer to nature. Gold Board Jewelry, pure, precious, proudly Ghanaian. Core natural juice, 100% cocoa fruit juice. Melcom, your #1 shopping destination. And Waylead, your trusted home builder, as well as Bethel Dental. The smile starts right there at Bethel Dental. Thank you very much. And it's Valentine's, so make someone, put a smile on someone's face, make them feel good. You can actually get Habil's Couture for them to do a good design, you know, of kaftan or any outfit you want for your loved one. You can call them 0200 84 1988. Habil's Couture, 0200 84 1988. If you also checked on social media, you could follow them through Instagram and the rest to get to them. Thank you very much. If you don't get anything at all, just get some chocolate. Not the just is good. The Ohini Cocoa, their wines, they are also looking really good. So get some of that. Israelite just got us some chocolate a while ago, and we've all been eating nice Ghana chocolate. Thank you very much. Now, my other guests have joined us on this segment right here, joining us for the second part of the discussion. We want to go to the Ayawaso East to understand what exactly has gone on there. So joining us now is Akufo-Addo, who is Programs Officer, CDD Ghana, Elections, Rule of Law, and Anti-Corruption. Shortly, I'll bring on Oliver Bakavomo, Constitutional Rights and Policy Strategy Advisor, Democracy Hub, to also speak to us. And he will make a quick reaction to something that happened last week as well, because his name was mentioned a number of times about a certain situation by Paul Admochiri. So he'll give us a brief reaction to that as well. Now, let me hear Oliver say something briefly about the cocoa situation. Oliver, thanks for making time to join us. Hi, Oliver.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you very clear. Thanks for your patience. You and Abena, thank you so very much for being so patient with us for upwards of almost 2 hours.
Yeah, I was just saying that this is an issue that could have taken the entire show, to be honest. There's a lot still left that is yet unsaid on the issue.
That's right.
But I just, my interventions would be brief towards the responses that we are designing here, and perhaps around the finance instrument, the governance, perhaps the policy cost, and also international trading issues. So first of all, much like Gold Board perhaps, the Cocoa Board was not designed to be a profit-making entity. It was never a profit-trading company. From the beginning of its setup, it was more like a stabilization instrument on in an economy, in a colonial economy that depended on one export crop to finance its forex needs. So that structure has continued in many ways. Even if you look at our top forex earners, cocoa is still in the top 5 of that till now. But compounded with that is the fact that Cocoa Board is performing all these national functions at the same time. It has to pay farmers a good price. It has to bring in the forest to support the city, finance inputs, roads, social programs in all the cocoa growing areas. Then you still use it in a sovereign borrowing arrangements continuously. So going forward, we need to be able to assess the reforms that are being talked about, whether or not they do all of these things. One, the finance minister has spoken about the debt part. So there's still going to be continuous debt accumulation. If the decision is that going forward, the approach is that a lot of the debt that was on Cocoa Board's books will continuously now be shifted to central government. Then perhaps that gives an indication of maybe that's how we want to do it going forward. On the governance issue, the administrative overheads is still a problem that has always dogged Cocoa Board. And hopefully the new law that they're talking about limits how much they can, because you can't continue to borrow and spend that administratively. Mm-hmm. So if the law is going to set maybe 10% or whatever percentage, it's something we need to deal with. The contractual overcommitment, as we're talking about in this, over 27 billion in cocoa roads, you're overcommitting the entity in terms which you cannot adequately pay for, and that's something we need to discuss and think about. Then there's the policy costs, which I don't know whether we haven't sufficiently dealt with, like these issues about the Cocoa Research Institute, these issues about the Cocoa Roads Institute, all the other ancillary things the Cocoa Board is doing, whether it continues to do that on its own books or the government takes that, that's also something that we need to deal with long term, which I don't think has been sufficiently dealt with. But perhaps the bigger part of the issue, we must understand that we are still an economy that is dependent on the global market. So that the market volatility is a huge part of what we are not able to control. So the buyers continue to control, speculation is half of the problem. This is what the Ghana Cote d'Ivoire Cocoa Initiative was supposed to solve. That we're trying to create like an OPEC-like infrastructure to have more control. And how much of that we have been able to do needs to be assessed, and our ability to coordinate with Cote d'Ivoire and other cocoa producers to have better control of the market would serve us long term. If not, we'll continue to be reactive to the volatility issues. Then, of course, the value addition part that the minister is talking about. Now, a huge part of the cocoa value chain, of course, is on the value addition end and not on the farming or where we are the raw material end of the spectrum. We are saying that we're going to now limit by law 50% of what we produce for domestic value addition. Now, it's whether or not we're going to engineer that economy to now come out of thin air or how much we're going to invest in that for us to be able to carry it, knowing that we're going to be competing against long-term brands that have existed over hundreds of years. A lot of them are even starting to pivot to cocoa substitutes. And so our ability to then market after we have produced, and whether or not that can even fetch us or be able to enter into that value chain is part of the things that I think holistically needs to be addressed. I'll just leave that for now.
Mm. Do you see an injustice being done to the cocoa farmers? Because that's how they feel, that like we complain in this country with fuel prices, for the longest time, we're not benefiting from the windfalls.
So, Nigeria took a different approach as we, where in terms of local production, at the time the initial Cocoa Board or the Cocoa Marketing Board was created, our production was almost the same with Nigeria somewhat. They decided to completely liberalize, that the farmers were going to do their own thing with the buyers. It destroyed the Nigerian cocoa industry. So there has to be some element of government intervention there. But how much value we're able to give farmers is dependent on how much responsibility we move away from Cocoa Board and the expenditures it makes, so that farmers can get better value. When Nana was there, he talked about how farmers were burning the beans because the buyers were not giving them enough value for it. That was when government was not intervening in the market. That the buyers were taking serious advantage of the planters. Mm. So there's still a need for government intervention, but the scope of what Cocoa Board is carrying is not allowing them to give sufficient value to farmers, is what I was saying.
Right. Thank you very much. I don't know if Abina wants to make a comment about this.
Yes, I want to. My mom is a cocoa farmer.
Yes, you said this before, right?
She already lost one cocoa farm to Galamsey, and she's left with another one. We are not sure the fate of that.
Oh, no. Yes, I remember you talking about this when we were discussing Galamsey.
Yeah.
Mm. So for them, this is a disincentive, but there's a reality they also need to appreciate.
Surprisingly, and my grandmother is also a cocoa farmer. When I spoke to them yesterday, I wanted to interrogate and find out if they really understand the situation. Mm-hmm. It looks like they understand what is happening. They are not happy, but they understand the situation, which I think is, I don't know how the Cocoa Board and the team have been able to communicate for the farmers to really understand the issue, but they are not happy, which I thought, that's quite commendable. From governance perspective, from the briefing the minister did, realize that Cocoa Board is spending way beyond their mandate, their core function. And this is where I think we need some oversight in the things of Cocoa Board. We shouldn't just allow state institutions to do what they are doing. And it comes in with this, our own state enterprises. I think we've had many concerns. CDD has done a lot of work around state enterprises and how we manage our state enterprises. And so for me, I like it when the minister said there will be forensic audit. The forensic audit means that we are moving from it's not just a policy failure, it means that there might be some wrongdoing. And we are interested, we want to follow through to see what is going to happen from that. And if there are any wrongdoing, not just, I think we called on the Attorney General. I think if it's issue about procurement and others, OSP should come in, Yoko and team. I think there should be a real forensic audit into the whole activities. And let's look at how we manage our state enterprises. I think for over the years, government keep pumping money, and it's our money, taxpayers. At the end of the day, how to bear the cost of all this, and so it's something
they make losses. They
make losses. You should look at the report.
Yeah, I remember how Kenfriata got a bit hard on them, but unfortunately, some of the things he spoke about that they needed to do to reform them didn't appear to happen. SIGA was introduced to try and coordinate them properly. I don't know how much of that.
We are working with SIGA now.
For 3 years now, Cocoa Board has not filed audited statement of accounts. For 3 years.
That's on partner.
SIGA. Yes. So you see, these are things that
SIGA is supposed to be
whipping them to do that.
Yeah.
We are working with SIGA to look at some scorecard for state enterprises. And so we've met them a few times to look at, we are designing how the metrics and all the indicators that we need to use. And usually it is the farmers that suffer, and most of the time that's...
Let's close this chapter listening to the finance minister on this subject, and then I'll share your messages with you.
An announcement as you recall, that I made an announcement in the 2026 budget that government of Ghana has secured a $500 million World Bank facility to construct agricultural roads, including cocoa roads. This particular intervention will take over the construction of cocoa roads going forward. To ensure accountability and transparency in the management of Cocoa Board and the cocoa sector as a whole, Cabinet also directed the Attorney General to commission concurrent forensic audit and criminal investigation into the activities of Cocoa Board over the last 8 years. And I repeat, Cabinet also directed the Office of the Attorney General to commission concurrent forensic audit and criminal investigation into the activities of Cocoa Board over the last 8 years. Cabinet has directed the Ministry of Finance to initiate also immediate reforms at Cocoa Board to streamline their operations and cut costs. Wasteful and uncontrolled expenditure practices are to be curtailed immediately.
Right. Much. And now some of the messages that you have sent in, it's only fair that we share them with the rest of the world. Kweku wants to know, is Miracles Abuaji also a farmer? He showed up at Ghana Water Treatment Plant last year. Where was he during the 8 years under President Akufo-Addo? That's your question. This question says that value addition is the cure to all of these. Revamp cocoa processing company to add value for export. That's from Abraham. He says a processed beans cost 5 times the cost of raw beans. Mike, is that the case? Processed beans cost 5 times the cost of raw beans.
Oh, maybe the person is trying to say the profit from processed beans.
Okay.
So how much is sold?
That's universally accepted. That when you process,
you get about 5 times.
All right.
Whether it's good.
And the question about going into the bond market, this other person says that during the DDEP, there were investments that were converted into bonds, and Cocoa Board has defaulted on repaying these bonds, effectively suffocating the banks involved. And still, they say they want to return to the bond market. The question to ask is, who will buy these bonds? When they are already indebted to banks to the tune of over 2 billion, which the banks have all impaired, thereby disallowing the banks to pay dividends to their shareholders as a result of that. Okay, so the situation goes beyond just the farmer, but the shareholders of banks that invested in the cocoa bills. So let's also look at that situation. That's from one of our viewers. Nana Siojuri says, in as much as cocoa farmer has today received haircut from the John Mahama government, why has the CEO and deputies also not received salary reduction? In the media tour by the CEO Randiabe with media soiree for some selected journalists, he talks of debt accrued, yet he bought... okay, I cannot confirm the things you are saying. This allegation that you are bringing up with figures and particular items, I will not be able to share that with the public. Thank you very much, Nana Hesi Ojuri. I don't know them for a fact, and he's not here to be able to respond to them. Is the reason I won't share them. Then this is from Alfred Kumi, Adenta Kumi. He says, okay, that when someone is talking, please allow them to talk rather than making interjections. But Adenta Kumi, you are very familiar with this. A bit of that is okay, it's allowed. Prince Henry Koforidua says, the initiative taken by the NDC government to help solve the problem of cocoa farmers will go a very long way to help our cocoa farmers and Ghana at large. The cocoa farmers are happy with the initiative taken by the current government. Really, for the nano minority, they should continue doing politics with everything, and this will keep them from keep them in opposition for a very long time. All right, thanks for that view you just shared. And a cocoa farmer actually sending me a message from his cocoa farm. Mr. Dubois says that my poor cocoa caretaker returned to a poor man's retirement for him. And he says that the structure of Cocoa Board is no longer tenable. The colonial government did better than we are doing. Cocoa Board, as it stands now, is not fit for purpose. My grandfather was a cocoa millionaire. Most of the mansions in Ashanti, Western, Eastern regions were built from cocoa. The only way is to liberalize the industry, like Indonesia, and Cocoa Board should be downsized to research institutes. People have cut down their cocoa farms in Agogo and planted plantain, which they are sold for cash, not credit. Okay, he's got a lot more to say, but he's got a long message. I'll end it there. Okay. Okay, that's fine. This one says that it's from Master Planner Junior, Policy Analyst Kintampo, and he says a great education by Honorable Michael Edu. In 2016, the world market price of cocoa was around 3,000 per metric ton, but it reduced by 40% in 2017, which was sold around 2,000 per metric ton. Regardless of this reduction in 2017, President Akufo-Addo maintained the prices for the Ghanaian cocoa farmers. This is prudent management of cocoa sector. It's clear that this government is clueless and heartless. The cocoa farmer deserves better. So pay attention. I'll read just about two more. You can see I'm trying to read as many of your messages as well because you complain about that. Anderson Jr. says that, does Cocoa Board have a dedicated research and business development unit? What were its market research findings during the period under review? Were any reports submitted to the board recommending early interventions? Furthermore, with the growing number of cocoa producing competitors globally, does Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire have a formal bilateral arrangement on cocoa pricing and joint marketing? As neighboring countries and leading producers, it may be timely to deepen economic cooperation in the cocoa sector to strengthen pricing power and curb cross-border smuggling smuggling.
That has been done.
That has been done.
Yes, that's the Ghana Ivory Cocoa Initiative.
Right, and a very significant person sensing this one, in leadership, but currently not in leadership, says that I wish to make an appeal through your respected program for government to reconsider the reduction in cocoa producer price for the following reasons. Cocoa was set up cocoa board, I think you mean, was set up specifically to protect the unsophisticated cocoa farmer from the vicissitudes of world market. Passing on reduction in world market prices defeats the whole purpose of cocoa board. In good years, cocoa board was required to set funds aside to support the prices paid to farmers in adverse years, or adverse years, you meant. The workers of cocoa board who depend on the produce of the farmer are not getting a reduction in salaries. Cocoa farmers are among the poorest in our country. Few in any cocoa farmers earn the annual salary of even the lowest paid workers in cocoa board. Cocoa farmers are among the most taxed in our country, earning 70% of their produce price over the years. If cocoa farmers had a proper trade union, nobody could dare touch their income. Their lack of effective unionization should not work against them. For the above reasons, we should allow them, we should not be taxing them as we are doing. All right, so thank you very much for your messages. Okay, so some messages have been put on my production platform, but my WhatsApp is freezing. Now, let's hear what happened in Ayawaso East.
If you give television sets to people, what is wrong with it when you gift things to people? Is this the first time I'm gifting things to people? I have been, those of you who know me, know that every Christmas, every occasion, every instant, I have put down 2.5 million to give free loans to people. So if today you are giving, people are coming to vote and you are giving them something, you are not, it's not buying food. I speak. If you have listened to me carefully, I say, look, if somebody gives you a gift, you can take it. But allowing that gift to influence your vote is what is wrong. It's not a gift. It's allowing that gift to influence your vote. Then it's wrong. By giving gifts, all this week, you think that you can bring people together and you give them water. It is not the item. It is the intention. Do you understand? And I don't think that I have gone around, I've spoken to them, I've met people, and that's why I'm still saying that I'm hope and trust that they will see reason with me and come along with me.
Your Excellency, the timing, is it not constant to you? The timing for giving the gift that you just mentioned, if indeed gifts actually happen, is the timing not something that you should worry about?
The timing of what?
The timing at which these gifts were given.
As you are talking now, if I give you gift, won't you take it?
Your Excellency.
Do we have time that we give gifts?
Your Excellency.
Long and short of the report was this, that inappropriate conduct was exhibited by virtually almost all the candidates. Even though you cannot establish, because the candidates were clear that what they did was in light of motivating of delegates. We believe that that was inappropriate. Ideally, we should have an annulment of the primaries. However, the committee also acknowledged that there are real obstacles that make it difficult for us to do that. One, the party's constitution does not have a provision for an annulment of election. Two, we are time-bound because we need to be presenting a candidate by tomorrow to the Electoral Commission. So given these difficulties, and also there are legal challenges that could be mounted by whoever won, we have no option but to present Baba Jamal, who actually won according to the Electoral Commission declaration.
So I'll start with you, Honorable News of Seni, motorcycles, television sets, cash, TNT, all of this. Delegates pray to get them, and they get them. This time, it was flowing like like rain in Ayawaso East, and we're seeing them on television sets. Look, I've seen these things over and again in all the parties, but it must stop at a point. Why is it that your committee, you didn't give us a sense of the reset agenda that this government is embarking on? The president issued a statement to recall Baba Jamal, but the recall was, I think that was belated. Once he put himself in, he should have been recalled. You wait until he wins and there is controversy, then you recall him. Then the statement is issued that sanctions will be taken. The majority in parliament also issue a statement and say, annul the elections. And everybody gets excited that we are getting a sense of what the reset really means. Not knowing that was just premature, jubilation.
It was not premature. And let me once again say that what happened in Ayawaso was a difficult situation. Everybody in the party took a position on that. And that was why they set up the committee. The president also condemned, if you want, what happened in Ayawaso in the letter that withdrew or recalled Baba Jamal from Nigeria. The parliament also deprecated what was happening in Ayawaso West Wegan constituency. Ayawaso East constituency. And so it is important to put it in a better light, in a light that shows clearly that the party as an institution, parliament as a body, the presidency as head of government took a stance against what happened over there. This is the first time ever that a political party has publicly taken a stance, or the presidency has publicly taken a stance.
The Bible says that the end of a thing is better than the beginning.
Yes.
We're not interested in the beginning.
So let me state categorically, as a lawyer, let me state categorically, and you know, that the self-authorizing act of a political party, in this case to annul an election, can have political force. But you must also, as persons or as a body, establish that force, political force, on a legal, rational basis. It also must have a legal, rational basis. And if it doesn't have, you compound the problems. You might be attempting to solve a problem, but you invite many other problems. So we have found as a fact that 4 of the 5 candidates in Ayawaso distributed some goodies. I mean, they were material and monetary inducement. And Baba Jamal, it is not the intention. The fact that you gave is that element of inducement. Yeah. That is it. The fact of giving consequent upon an election primaries is that element of inducement.
He actually tries to rationalize the timing when the gifts are given.
Well, so as a committee, we were not moved by that rationalization. He rationalized it before us, but we're not moved because you came back from Nigeria to contest. And in the contest, you gave out things. I mean, when you were in Nigeria, you didn't send TVs to East Wegan constituency. I mean, so we were not moved. Okay.
One of his, I think the lead for his campaign team said that Baba knew nothing about it, but there were people who loved him who came together and brought that surprise because on the day of the election, they got panicky because other people were also
So, like I said, so again, the committee found as a matter of fact that the only reason Baba's name is prominent is because of his status, the recall by the president, the fact that he's a public officer. He also won the elections. So he had some kind of sympathy from other people because he won. Because almost all the other candidates did exactly the same. Okay, so some distributed motorbikes, some distributed TVs. I mean, ice chest, laptops, cloths, whatever, rice. So we found all that. But you see, that's why I asked for Oliver when I came here. I've been reading Amita San's The Idea of Justice. And I said, look, so will justice be served? But this was not in the report. If 3 people have done the same thing, one of them has won, and you're punishing the one who has won, will justice be served in that matter? That was just an idea that came to my mind. But why
couldn't you punish all?
How do you punish all? We're going to do an annulment. Annulment will only mean that the winner is no longer the winner.
And the people will lose their membership. That's also punishment.
Yes, so, but that is a matter that the party will take up. Okay? So what do we do in the circumstances? So we looked at all that the pervasive occurrence of vote buying, inducement, monetary inducement, and sharing of material items. We thought that compromised the integrity of the process, the elections. We thought that there was a likelihood that the elections did not throw up the person who ought to have won, fairly and freely. And so we recommended that the party could annul the results. But we drew attention to the legal hurdles that they have
Which are that?
Which are, number one, jurisprudentially, can a political party annul elections, internal elections, supervised by the Electoral Commission and certified to be credible, arising out of a free and fair election? Can a political party do that?
Fraud vitiates everything.
But the fraud was a fraud outside the Electoral Commission. So you are looking at the institution here. Okay, so fraud vitiates everything in court. So if you have reasons to believe that the elections was tainted by fraud, the only way that you can overturn, in our view, the only basis upon which you can overturn the results is to go to court. Because there's a prima facie, the evidence decree, section 23, is a prima facie, or if you want, a presumption, rebuttable as it is, that things were done rightly. 2, governance issue. You see, you have a state institution established for the purposes of supervising for the purposes of conducting public elections. And assistant, because there's an injunction in the Constitution that says that political parties must run their processes in accordance with democratic principles. And that includes respecting state institutions, the decisions of state institutions. Now, so you will find that if the party says, I want to annul, and goes ahead to annul, what does it do to the credibility, integrity of the Electoral Commission? What does it do to that? There's a governance issue. So it's a broader governance issue that we can talk about. So we said, yes, so you have to overcome that. To be honest with you, I don't think that you can deal with impunity by acting with impunity. So those who did that acted with impunity. There must be a sound legal foundation for annulling the results. And so that was what we came to. The second thing we came to was that we looked at the whole constitution of the NDC. The nearest to the invocation of a power of the party to annul or deal with a situation like what occurred in the Ayawaso constituency was a referral of the matter to the National Executive Committee. Because the Constitution provides that where a matter is not provided in the Constitution, the National Executive Committee can provide for the matter and the way it should be dealt with. That was the nearest, because we didn't find any entry in the Constitution, any provision in the Constitution that gave the... And I understand perfectly. I understand from governance perspective that probably it is because of the very nature of elections and the consequences of an annulment. Then 3, we said, well, there are practical issues too that you must consider. You must consider whether or not the party wants to contest the Ayawaso constituency elections. Because the next day, we presented a report at 4 o'clock. The next day was the day of filing. So you must take that practical, rational consideration whether or not the party wants to contest.
I don't know about your constitution, But the NPP constitution, it allows them to appoint who could be a parliamentary candidate. And as you said, your NEC has the ultimate power. It could decide that we are handpicking somebody and sending that name to electoral commission the next day. That could happen.
So it could happen. But it means that, our committee was a committee of FEC. It was not a committee of NEC. So the report was presented to FEC, the Functional Executive Committee of the party. So it was left to the party to decide that they were going to escalate this matter to the National Executive Committee to take a decision.
I'm only pointing out that a suggestion that because you were a day to filing, this was the only way to maintain Baba Jamal.
I agree entirely with you.
Because we
looked at the process.
Out of that.
We looked at the process. We said, well, so we were established by the Functional Executive Committee. We presented our report to the Functional Executive Committee. We sort of indirectly told them that you don't have, according to the constitution of the party, you don't have the power to take a decision on this matter. You have to escalate this report to the National Executive Committee. Right. So we brought all this to the attention of them and left the report with them.
Okay.
And they took a decision of what they wanted to do.
Okay.
Yes.
And Fifi Kwete came out to explain to us. I'll go to Mike, I'll go to Oliver, and then end with Vera. The CDD is also doing some work. They have been doing some work for a very long time. Let's see how that work is shaping up to cure this, monetization of our elections. Yes. Is this surprising to you? Somebody who has contested elections yourself. Some of your colleagues have been open, and they've told us how much it cost them. Akufo-Addo recently just told us that it cost her about 8 million, to contest the Adenta. Yes, it cost her about 8 million. She had to do various projects before the elections itself. And we know our friends who do all of these things before elections. One prominent situation, Eugene Ahin, before he got in, I know friends like Jefferson Saki, Dems, when they showed interest, they must first go to the constituency and begin to do things. They must build monuments. They must do all sorts of Father Christmas work, and it happens across board. Okay, so what is this?
Something, nothing surprises me really, except to say that the committee that was formed by the party was toothless from beginning. Even before they started their work, I knew it was toothless. I made a post on Facebook just when they formed the committee, and I predicted, if I was a prophet, I am sure my prophecy would have come true. I predicted that the outcome was going to be to exonerate or to allow Baba Jamal to contest. And exactly so, that is what the committee did.
But they didn't exonerate anybody.
Yeah. I said, or to allow him to contest. Okay. So they allowed him to contest. Something. I feel the committee was a small screen to push the debt that had happened under the carpet. Because what happened was shameful. Even though within the political parties we hear of these things, but for the first time on camera, you are watching social media, television, and people are carrying televisions in their armpits, boxes of Kivo Gari, boxes of sanitary pad. People are pushing motorbikes, piles of cash and so on. It's scary. It scared me. And I'm sure every politician watching at the time will be scared, because what it does is it means future elections are going to be affected. The delegates are now going to call that, hey, Ayawaso, people enjoy it, so let us also feel it. And it's scary. And the reason why I also say I'm not surprised is because what happened also scared them. And that is why they hurriedly came out. Because in Ghana, there's never been a point in time that you see clear evidence that people are openly, blatantly showing that largesse.
You said there's never been a time.
Motorbike, one person, motorbike, Kivo Gari, sanitary pad, television.
You have not been in Ghana for a long time.
Something, if you can help me, gallons of oil, 5 bags of rice, one person, eggs, Kosianu Moko. Oh my God.
I've seen a lot.
One person.
I've seen a lot.
But not one person.
I've seen delegates. I've seen MPP delegates, and it cuts across.
Yeah.
I've seen them go to meet a candidate.
Yes.
Right here in Ablekuma.
Okay.
They go to meet the candidate, and when they leave, not a candidate. That's a candidate for in the primaries.
Yes.
And when they are leaving, I've seen them carry flat screens.
Yeah.
I've seen them carry microwaves. I've seen them carry.
It's not don't waste your time.
Envelopes.
You know, and they actually
envelopes
talk about
are
it.
Common.
They talk about it proudly.
But one person.
Yeah. One person. I just don't want to name the person. But I saw them.
One person with motorbike. And all these things I've mentioned, if you quantify it, about 50,000 cedis per person. And what is scary is that the government is 1 year in power. What does it tell of the government? That 1 year in power, some of your people can afford all these things. So I was expecting that the party would take very harsh sanctions against them based on how they came out. The way they came out, everybody felt like, oh, for the first time, something was going to happen. But then business as usual, they go back and they go to worry my uncle here, put him on a committee so that he puts a report together, which report they know they will not do anything. Right from day one, the party knew their candidates. The party wanted Baba Jamal because the party knew that Hajia is mourning, and per Islamic rights, she has 40 days to mourn. And that 40 days, she cannot come out and do campaigning. And that is why they even set a trap for her. When she requested that she wanted to do vetting via Zoom, they refused it because they knew if they refuse, she will not even attempt to come, and then she will be out of the game for Baba Jamal to come in. And quite interestingly, the majority caucus and the government also wanted Hajia to come in. So some few days to election, the majority caucus led by the deputy Honorable Doyo goes to donate some amount of cash to Hajia. 100,000. Why didn't they do it just after the burial of the husband? That would have been like a funeral donation. But you go to support one candidate, and even in their remarks, make a comment that we will see you in the chamber. You throw support behind one candidate, they turn around and sign signatures that they should nullify the election when your candidate doesn't win. So there was this thing between the party and the government, and the party won at the end of the day through the use of my uncle's committee.
Tell me what would have happened
under the carpet.
What would have happened if this was discovered in an MPP primary like this?
It will never be discovered.
Well, that is if it was discovered. That is if it was discovered. But if it was discovered and blatantly people did this, for us as a party, the party can appoint people. So once the party has set a commission of inquiry and the commission had come out with a report that yes, the people have been found guilty, the party would have cancelled it and appointed somebody to go.
He's saying that the people you take an adverse action against, because, especially the winner, who won because the Electoral Commission supervised the process, can go to court. Can you imagine what that would mean? You appoint somebody, and then the one who was elected goes to court, perhaps puts an injunction on your candidate, and you may lose because you have only 1 day to put the candidate up.
The winner stood on behalf on the tickets of the party.
Right.
The party has powers to appoint someone. I've seen NDC's general secretary go around in the 2024 elections to appoint candidates in particular constituencies where they couldn't have orphan constituencies where they couldn't have elections. Even in some constituencies, they could have had elections, but there were issues. Eventually, they appointed somebody to go. Here is the case. Your winner blatantly and shamefully on live TV admits that, yes, I gave them the television because they are going to vote, and I don't see anything wrong. Which, of course, the OSP can even take it up, because he's also a government appointee, an ambassador. At the moment he was doing this, he was still an appointee. He had not resigned from office. And quite interestingly, some of the contestants are appointees. I know Hajia is on the board for this mining company, Pristia Sankofa. She's also on a board. So these are government appointees. throwing cash in an election, openly, blatantly doing it, with no regard to even the sensibilities of the people. And the party could even take action to redeem its image in this so-called resetting agenda they are doing.
In 2023, you would have been around. You were doing your campaigns and all of that. Did you hear about one Alfred Obeng Boateng?
Yes.
He's a former MP.
Yes.
For the MP on the MPP's ticket for Bebiani Ayawaso Bekwai, right?
Yes.
You remember the issue that came up with him?
Yes.
Okay. So he had promised that
if his opponent pays a certain amount,
his seat was under threat.
Yes.
And he went on, radio publicly to say that he said that opponents were paying up to about 10,000.
Yeah.
He would double that and pay up to 20,000.
Yeah.
He said he had kept sufficient dollars for that purpose.
Yes.
When it came up, the MPP didn't do anything. Some of us did something's take and we criticized him. When we criticized him, do you know what he did? He came back to say, and the graphic reported this, claimed that he didn't say what we said he said, which was actually on tape. He said it.
Even if he said it.
Even though he didn't say that, he will even do more than that.
Yes.
What did the MPP do to him?
Something, even if he said it, in politics, when you're on the grounds campaigning, sometimes people want to hear you say things. So maybe you see your opponents are stronger than you. Sometimes you can make claims that if my opponent pays 1,000, I'll pay 2,000. It doesn't mean that it's... I didn't pay anything.
Don't say that.
I didn't pay anything.
Don't say that. We
didn't pay anything
before you.
I didn't pay anything. So these comments
unless your
come
constituency was non-contact.
These comments come up. Sometimes people put these threats out just to...
He knows that paying something is wrong.
Just to assure them to stay with you, because maybe you've put in the work, then your opponent comes in showing some things on the ground. You also go out and that's why I'm sure he went on air. Okay. He went on air to do that.
All right,
to rip his base.
Yeah, you've been speaking for some 10 minutes.
It's not like he has even done the act.
Let me go to Oliver. So as far as you are concerned, they should have,
they should have
removed Baba Jamal,
appointed nullified the whole thing and appointed a new person.
Yes, Oliver, what do you make of this? And I want you to look at it also from the point of view of what you are seeking to get for the country, that all delegates must be deemed qualified. Delegates, as in party members of a party who are in good standing must all qualify to vote. In this situation, you had 946 valid votes that were cast. Less than 1,000. It looks like it's easy to infiltrate and get them.
Something first of all, let me acknowledge Dr. Nyawo Tamaklu and Dr. Christine Nuama for leading the conversation on this. But there are also several prominent people in this country who have been concerned about the monetization of our democracy and where things are going, that helped and brought me on board to help put this thing together to go to the Supreme Court. Now, the truth is that the question of this monetization weighed heavily in how we thought about the case. In terms of how we framed it, we did not go into any questions about this monetary incentives or voter inducement through money in terms of the matter before the Supreme Court. We took a different approach. And it's an evidentiary thing, in terms of the law, the standard of now trying to demonstrate that the process of voter inducement in the delegate system is so entrenched and widespread across the country that it doesn't produce a democratic outcome was too much of a burden to bear. We've looked at the way in which the state has treated this and how the court might treat this and decided that, okay, we're going to frame the question differently. And in our case, we know that Article 55 of the Constitution says the party must be organized around democratic principles. Now, to be fair, I've looked across the entire world. There are only 6 countries that say they are not democracies. That's Saudi Arabia, Oman, Brunei, Qatar, the Vatican City, if it's a country. that say they are not democracy doesn't self-identify as democracy, meaning that all the countries in the world, apart from these, say that they are democracies. And this even includes some of our neighbors that have military government, because we are saying that they are establishing genuine democracy, that the coup is not anti-democratic, but it's democracy being perfected. China, which says that it is a people's democracy. So there's no real model of what a democracy is. So we are saying that when the Constitution uses the language democratic principles, it must have something in mind. If not, we have no guidance. And then what it must have in mind is that it must be the kind of democracy that is reflective of the kind of democracy that Ghana has chosen for itself, which is a democracy that our preamble says, which is based on universal adult suffrage. So that's the theory we are developing and putting before the Supreme Court. That is there any guidance in the Constitution as to what kind of democracy we intend for ourselves? So it is that principle that we are saying that then, when the parties are organizing, they must organize around this idea, which is the feature of Ghanaian democracy, the universal adult suffrage. And that's the case we have put before the court. Now, invariably, of course, it allows us to deal with this delegate problem and the increasing cost that we are seeing around this. I watched Honorable Nisafiseni on another platform where he talked about we haven't normalized the problem. Because if we have normalized it, then it means that we have no moral revulsion to the issue. But what we have done is that we've paid a blind eye to it and let it be the de facto situation that the country lives with. This is a problem that the political class can solve. They hold all the tools to solving it. They are the people that constantly complain about the cost of where this is going. But inherent in that as well, they themselves like the political advantage it gives them. Because being in power means that it's access to funding and financing that other persons who are not in government cannot do.
Right.
Because of that advantage, they don't want to let it go. Now, as far as we are concerned, we are lawyers, right? The Supreme Court cannot compel Parliament to put in place a legislation. The co-equal nature of the branches of government means that that's something that Parliament must arrive to on its own. The executive must say that what is the most effective solution this way. But the parties themselves can resolve a solution. If the parties decided that there's no way in which we can solve the demand end of the problem, which is delegates demanding money, but we can deal with the supply end, which is that any candidate that gives a PESWA, you will be disqualified. We will then turn the candidates into spies on themselves. They will then volunteer information on who has given what, in order to get the other candidate disqualified. So there's a mechanism that the parties can devise to go to deal with this problem. But then there's also the question of, okay, if the parties have allowed this because, well, delegates must be given some transportation money and things like that, they raise so much money from filing fees that they can decide that a component of it will subsidize the cost of that the party will take charge of that cost so that anybody who gives any PESWA would have no justification. There cannot be gifts around election time. There cannot be all the things that we are claiming or the euphemisms that we are using around this when we all know what the truth is. So again, Parliament can compel the political parties to do this. It can be able to create legislation that empowers the Electoral Commission to disqualify when it's supervising this election. There's a whole range of tools that we can use and be able to deal with this if we wanted to. In the absence of that, we only know, I suppose, within civil actors who end up to be lawyers as well, know only one to run to the courts and see whether or not the courts can provide guidance that saves this republic. And so I think that's kind of the context of this conversation. But the last point on Ayawaso, the committee was a fact-finding committee, and they found facts that established voter inducement.
Before Ayawaso, you know that the research over time by CDD in conjunction with ASELA has been in 2021, we understood that you needed $100 million US dollars to be able to organize a credible, call it presidential election campaign. In 2025, that figure has shot up to $200 million US dollars. On the part of the MPs, we also know that they are having to spend quite a fortune to be able to, do these campaigns in excess of 4 million Ghana cedis. So the question has always been, where do they get the money from, and how that also, brings up the question of the fight against corruption.
Every self-respecting democracy has figured out that campaign financing is a big problem and loops back to corruption. That you have to be able to reduce donor influence on political actors. You have to be able to deal with how political actors are able to raise financing to be able to do this. And in fact, the idea that even illicit financing is going into elections, whether it's coming from the drug trade or whether it's coming from Galamsey, that has an effect on the environment. That there are so many indicators of how you finance your politics. That is a measure of total social dysfunction across every level and in terms of delivery of public goods for citizens. So the financing problem is inherently tied into whether or not we want to become a better democracy. If you would remember, when the Attorney General was talking about, the current Attorney General was talking about a certain member of parliament that had been tied into the NSS scandal, A+ came out and accused the Attorney General practically of having received financing from an individual who was himself suspicious and was not able to go after the individual. That's a big problem. That's a big issue. Again, on the fact that two members of parliament were talking about the control that donors have on a public official. So there's no playing ostrich around the issue that the cost is increasing because it has become the main mechanism by which you secure electoral competitiveness. It is not about the brilliance of your ideas. It's not about any of that. It's how much you are paying. We are hearing delegates say over and over again that those who do not give are not even in the race. So it's an eligibility thing. It is not surprising that in Ayawaso, the committee found that one individual had not given. What did he get? He got 1 vote. So it has become so steeped into the competition is a money competition. We have monetized the process.
Right.
And by the fact of it, you then get inefficient outcomes in terms of who you are electing and how they govern. Over to you.
Yes. So you were now going to Ayawaso specific. What were your comments about that one?
So in terms of Ayawaso, I think that we have not done enough service to the one individual who the committee found did not induce voters. The committee's word. Because we haven't even been intentional in projecting what his name is from the party level. 2, we have pretended as if a nullification of candidates found culpable does not mean that individual could not have been presented as the candidate. There's nothing that is stopping the party.
But his thing, is it a function of his circumstance? Is it a function of the fact that he's poor?
I cannot say that. I don't know. What I do know that I cannot say the person who has not committed crime,
right,
was spared out of it because he could not afford the means to. So I won't even go into that speculation. But what it does send a signal, which individuals like myself had come out and congratulated the NDC because we were seeing all the positive statements that were coming out and said that this is kind of what we want. Ultimately, and again, I don't want to put this on the committee because they are not the ones to make the decision. And they made it categorically clear that their preferred recommendation of what should be done is a nullification of the process. Now, I think that perhaps they went over mandate in speculating as to whether or not the NEC or who or whether the FEC should do that. It is for the NEC as a party to go into that conversation. I think it's commendable that the majority in Parliament put out a statement saying categorically that this is where their position on the issue is. So all those signals were there. Ultimately, the party resolved to go in a different direction. Then again, in terms of the Ayawaso polls itself, you have the party which had decided that, okay, before we're setting up the committee, the mandate of the committee was that we want to be clear that going forward, it can even result in disqualification. And this is why perhaps that came the suggestion that, well, the committee was definitely not going to recommend this because it had been set out clear in its TOR that we don't want you to look at that as an option. But be that as it may, the committee still expressed a view on why that is the most preferred option in terms of this.
Are you disappointed at where we are now that we can't say anything drastic happened?
Yes, I think that I am disappointed, but I do hope that if this is truly reflective of the majority's position on this issue, then we should put legislation before Parliament.
Yes, but if you are disappointed, does it mean that you don't buy the recommendation that there's a difficulty in annulling the elections that have been duly certified by the EC?
So first of all, on this question of the EC certification, there's no law that requires the EC, first of all, to supervise primary election. The law on the Political Parties Act is about the party executives. So when it is doing this and conducting this election, its role in the process has been limited to the counting of the ballot and whether or not there's no seizure of the ballot or anything that goes into the box. It has not concerned itself with questions of inducement of voters in this conversation.
So that it is for some credibility that they bring the EC in. Otherwise, they could do it on their own.
Absolutely. Now, in this case, there is no then legal issues that arise to say that you are overturning what the EC has done. The determination of who is eligible is you who defined it. If you said you imposed even membership of the party and for how long, you decide what kind of conduct are unbecoming of your representatives, not the EC. So you're not limited in any way, whether by law or by practice, in terms of what decision the EC has just showed you in terms of the vote conducted.
Does the resolution chip away from the reset agenda?
I think that in many ways it does. I think that, and the committee itself recognizes this. I mean, I think that when I listen to Yunus Hussaini talk about this, he recognizes that the kind of posturing and the messaging that the NDC wanted to give to Ghanaians, this is chipping away from it. I've seen Al-Hassan Surini talk about it is not only government that embarrasses the party. Sometimes the party itself can embarrass government. Giving this as an example of that scenario. So I think that everybody would agree that there's a credibility loss and a trust loss.
All right.
And is this that incrementally, cause a party to lose elections?
Okay. Now take a breather. I'll return to you on the next matter and then give you the opportunity of some reaction for last week's, comments adverse that were made against you when Nkrumah was a subject for discussion. So Abna,
yes,
I see that CDD. Immediately this happened, CDD was like, we told you so. We needed to fix this long ago. But you have been working on your own, gathering expert opinion, going to retreat with experts to draft, political financing, campaign, financing, legislation and so on and so forth. And I've had the benefit of sitting in some of these meetings, very important discussions, Yunus Hussaini himself, So why? You are not finishing, and that's why where we are.
No. For us, personally, I think this is not a missed opportunity.
Okay.
And for once, I stand to be corrected, but for once, somebody has been sanctioned for vote buying. OSP tried, I'm not sure if anybody, any political parliamentarian candidate has been sanctioned, but OSP was not successful in Kumasi when he took the case to High Court.
That's right.
Even OSP, with all the resources and trying to do something about it, was not successful. But the NDC was forceful with their comments.
I think they have appealed that decision of the High Court.
Yeah.
All of you know about it. This was Assembly election, DC election. And the DC, we heard him in the video where he was, like we say in our local parlance, jawsing the people to bring back his money.
Yeah.
The court said that video is not enough to show that he had bribed them to vote for him. Right.
So for us, we think that this has generated some conversation. And, well, you can say that the decision by the president to withdraw him is late or was late. I think it was okay. maybe he would have taken his February salary if he was still there, because
he says his salary is like twice what he's going to get if he gets to Parliament. So this is sacrifice he's doing. It's not because he wants it for anything else.
Whatever it is, Samson, we have seen some political action. Many were hoping that things could have happened. The committee's report, I think, is fair based on the reasons they gave. The only one I disagree, I think Oliver touched on it, is the EC. The election is not an EC election.
Right.
They are there to supervise. Just like any pharmaceutical council, medical council, where they have their election, they invite the EC to supervise. So that is the only point I disagree. But when they talk about the timing and their own constitution, and they've also called for some reform. And for us, it looks like finally we've gotten everybody to agree with us that we need to really look at our campaign financing and political financing.
And the fact that it's a private business, you know that a bigger issue has been that even the OSP who have been trying to prosecute these things, what they get told is that this is not a public election.
Exactly.
The law is about public election, so you cannot stretch the law. And if you read Oliver's brief before the Supreme Court, they use other, court cases, the famous Avalifo, and they say what the parties do is public.
It's public, yeah.
So the party is a public, institution. It's like when you set up a private bank. You have set up a bank, but because you are dealing with the public money, it becomes a public institution. So we can go into it.
Yeah, so these are the gaps in our laws that we really need to fix. That internal parties and even candidates, if you look at the political parties, it looks at only the parties, not the candidates. And we know how donations go to the candidates.
Right.
Candidates themselves mobilize resources. And so if we can, that is what we are calling for. A new law, a new bill. Let's look at our financing. The survey you have seen and you were showing were from nurturing constituency and campaign. We haven't even tackled, when they are in power, how much money they spend and how they go back to their constituency. That's another level of expenditure in our political finance. That's why I was worried when Michael seems to... I thought that the parties themselves, when we meet them, they are worried about how much they spend. And so I don't think the NPP should take a position that is a missed opportunity. Let's consider this as a renewed effort to look at how we can reform, because it benefits them. The committee, yourself and Inisa, we have some members from the NPP, Mr. McMenu and the others have been very supportive, and they're able to share their own response. So I really think that the NPP should support this, that if somebody is taking an effort, if the NDC, President Mahama is taking some effort, let's commend it and look at going forward, how do we do it? How can we ensure that the party, internal party election, in fact, something, we regulate everything. Lawyers, bankers, pharmacists, teachers recently, we are regulating them. Why are we not regulating politicians? Where is the source of money coming from? And again, if we cannot even stop them giving out, can we look at how do people get so much money to distribute? It's so easy. In fact, we have so in the cash economy. It's so easy for politicians to get the money to start distributing.
So you are saying that in the Political Parties Act 2000, provisions have been made, but they are inadequate, or that the parties have found a way to go around it, because the requirement of that law is that the disclosures, the accounts, and funding sources, the responsibility is on the party.
The parties, not candidates.
Yes, and you have found that the problem is that the way they are beating it is that if a candidate is standing, the money goes to the candidate, not the party.
Not the party.
So now you want a law that will target the candidate. They should disclose their sources of funds, they should file reports, and so on and so forth.
So we have a very comprehensive law.
Okay.
It's so much. It affects the credibility of our elections. Our elections are not free and fair. It means that a lot of people, young people cannot get in. And there's a research to show that if you look at how much people are spending, how can you raise to get in as a candidate to contest for or to serve? And you have to pay. We also acknowledge the selling, so the demand and the supply side as well, and which is equally criminal, that we really need to look at it.
Right.
But if we do not the incentive, you know, we keep on giving incentive for politicians to give out. And so we are going out. In fact, from next week or two, we are starting some engagement to the communities, the people themselves to appreciate that, no, you can't. If a politician, a candidate gave you money and he comes in, he'll take it back. When Baba says that some friends, I'm wondering, what are the intentions of these friends? What's the motivation?
It is his party, his campaign manager who said it, not himself. He himself. He's his campaign manager.
He's a campaign manager. So what's the interest of these friends that want
Michael is giving you an indication that because there was a group from the party that seemed to have supported the woman and went and made a donation of 100,000, the opponents could clearly see that the woman is being empowered to pay better and win. So they got panicky.
Today she decides to contest. She will get her schoolmates, friends from churches, a lot of people coming to support you.
That's true. Yeah. I can confirm that I have supported my friends, in his party, in the NDC, with my little widow's mind, because they call on me. So, we want to help them to do it decently.
Vera. So that is why, one, we must all agree that inducement does not produce good democratic outcomes. That whoever spends money in an election is not a Father Christmas. You will recoup the money.
Sharp.
3, that the country suffers when money is spent inappropriately. Because when money is used in an election, that money could have been deployed to some other things because we don't know. 4, we must all agree that it's very dangerous to have an open-ended campaign financing regime in Ghana. Because you can tie, and CDD has done that.
Right.
A nexus between illegal mining and campaign finance.
Please.
I was in Cote d'Ivoire. I observed the election in Cote d'Ivoire. Well, we have our own issues with the Cote d'Ivoire election, but for campaign period, it was only 2 weeks for campaign, and they complied. If you look at, in fact, we observed the elections. That through our Corruption Watch initiative, we observed the 2024, I think, report. We did the abuse of incumbency as well. It's also part of when we talk about the finance and abuse of.
So you must be happy at the Constitution Review Committee's reports, which brings in campaign off-season and also calls for these things to be checked.
We have been calling for this for so long, and we think that this is a good time for us to keep the conversation going, and we need to build that consensus. And this is where, Michael, we agree, they have their own issues, but this time, we think that we need to move on beyond. I'm sure you said you didn't.
No, I agree with Honorable Yunusa Hussein.
So where are you with the process?
I wanted to make you had recouped.
Now, where are you with the process? Where are you with this process that you have been doing over a period, doing workshops, doing papers, and so on and so forth?
So we have
and I must also disclose that the famous government WhatsApp group, which has even MPP members or no, it's a famous WhatsApp government group.
Oh, so it exists.
It exists. So the National Ethics and Anti-Corruption Action Plan Working Group also flagged this issue, and in their report have recommended strongly that campaign financing, disclosures, and all of these things must be done and done within a very short time.
Right.
My question to you is, where are you with your projects?
So currently, we have a draft bill. It's something we are working with the Attorney General. We have experts. I mentioned yourself, Inusa, from academia, Professor Akosua, Kweku Azai, and the team. Professor HKP is also on. We have a draft with AG. We are working with AG to see how we can have a very robust, a holistic reform. We need to do something about it. We can't continue to have money influencing our politics, our governance, and the end result, corruption, elicits the kind of money, the financial flows coming in. It's worrying that we need to find a way out. Even campus, we are looking at a model that can also even affect our campus elections as well, because currently we realize that in our tertiary institutions, the kind of campaign they are running.
Tertiary.
Tertiary.
Yes. I've gone even too high. Lower than tertiary.
I hear some
the things that
primary school, some people are sharing pencils.
Yes.
Parents are doing.
Yes.
So, and beyond that, the expert work, we are taking these recommendations also to have some regional engagement. So we are going to the communities, regional meeting, various stakeholders at the regional level. So we are looking at all the regions. In fact, we have Honorable Inisa is joining us for some of the engagement to have a conversation about it. What do the citizens themselves see about this? And I think the frustrations, you realize that people are frustrated about how much money is influencing votes. And it's not because they are not getting it. It's just because it's not fair.
The delegates feel entitled.
They feel entitled to it. They really feel entitled to it. And we have to also let them know the implications of this item. I over the weekend, I went to Western. I was on my way back listening to Cape Coast Radio, and the call-in were interesting. And I was impressed, and I was excited doing this work over time that almost all the call-ins were like, we have seen this, it's enough. Can we have them do something better for us? And the politicians themselves, I think for us, the good thing is that when we meet them, they're happy about it. They acknowledge.
It costs them too much.
It costs them.
Mike, tell me that you are excited that the suit that Professor Frimpong Boateng and co are taking, which Oliver is leading, just 30 seconds on that, we take a break and return, that you are excited that you are looking for the Supreme Court to confirm it and say all card-bearing members of the parties must participate in primary elections.
Well, I've seen the suit that they've submitted to the Supreme Court, but it has its downturn also, because once the Supreme Court opens it up, who is going to finance the elections? Will the state bear that costs? That's a question.
Why should the state bear it? Do it the way you are doing. The people will vote.
So today, for instance, if you go to my constituency, we have about 1,220 delegates. If you say all card-bearing members, Ofurikum on a good day has 65,000 people voting for MPP. So you will get people registering cards, and you can get close to about 30,000 people registering. If 30,000 people decide to vote, can the party cover that cost? So these are issues we need to also look at. Apart from that, within the political parties, in case NDC wants to choose a candidate, and you say all card-bearing members, you are likely to get people from MPP going to register, or candidates who want to win, sponsoring or pushing people to register for NDC cards. And then when it gets to elections, they vote for him. I think NDC started something like that.
Which is the lesser evil?
NDC started something like that.
Yeah, they expanded.
They expanded.
Yeah.
And then they realized that some of the candidates who were winning had influenced MPP people to register into their party.
Their major reason was the cost.
To vote. That was one factor. And the cost.
Okay.
So all these are issues that we have to look at. Not just on the lateral
we take a break here.
Surface. Or
we will be right back.
Still, Misaka, and Nemum was a summer brabo, and it can afford swab
Misaka pensions, Carol.
Misaka or the Sika. Misaka insurance.
Misaka loan.
Momo Fogusuri ye echumaden, the aboye nyina ye sika ho ban. Se MTN, ana momo jumaye ni befrewa, or the 0244 300,000 ene befrew. Ne numpo orin bitsaw one-time password, ana se upin code. Enti wonso ye wa femu die na ma weni na ho na wonsa enka omo.
Are you dreaming of a beautiful and brighter smile? A professional teeth whitening service can make that dream a reality. Hi, I'm Tanya from Bethel Dental Clinic, Ghana. Zoom Professional Whitening Treatment is safe and effective and can brighten your smile up to 7 shades. Here are the steps for professional whitening. First, the gums are protected by applying a barrier. Then, the whitening gel is applied to the teeth. After that, a light is applied for about 15 to 20 minutes to enhance the whitening process. This application is applied 2 to 4 times to get you a brighter smile in just one appointment. Yes, in just one appointment, you get a brighter smile. Please be aware that a checkup and a professional cleaning prior to dental office whitening are a must.
Let's talk hemorrhoids. Hemorrhoids are normal structures located in the anus of all mammals.
But it is only man who suffers hemorrhoidal disease because of the erect closer you have assumed and the squatting that we do to empty our bowel. Hemorrhoids consist of a special type of blood vessels which fill with blood when we are moving our bowel and help to cushion the anus against the force of transmitting the stool. Afterwards, they empty their blood, collapse, help seal the anus to maintain continence. Over time, these vessels lose the elasticity of their walls, become dilated, permanently filled with blood, leading to congestion of the hemorrhoids. The symptoms of hemorrhoids are bleeding and prolapse of the hemorrhoids when passing stool, itching and feeling of warmth in the anus and anal discharge. Laser, ligature, and longo are the modern, minimally invasive, most effective, and painless methods of treating hemorrhoids today.
Winterba Hospital, first Ghana Colorectal Center, in to serve a peculiar health need.
Willow Lane, where love blooms. The foundation of a beautiful home is love, and the surprises that syncopate the expected and boring routines. When your love enters your space and there's room enough to twirl and swirl in the calming and soothing atmosphere big enough to share. Enjoying the vastness of your patience and the aroma from your classy kitchen. Ascending a well-lit staircase to enter a peaceful terrace with bird's eye view of the world. To pour into each other, toasting to endlessly blissful love until one dives into the other's essence. Willow Lane, where love blooms. Call us on 0240-111119 to book a tour.
Get ready for Ghana's biggest marketplace conversation. The Thrive 2030 project proudly presents the National Market Actors Forum, happening from 24th to 26th March 2026 at the Modern City Hotel, Tamale. We are inviting expressions of interest from actors in crop and plant-based value chains, tree crops and non-timber forest products, livestock and animal-based value chains, processing and agro-industrial value chains, handicraft and creative industries. Call 0547-918-8177, 0243-507-669 or 0241-178-948. Join us at the Market Actors Forum, where partnerships build prosperity.
Life can be giving it to you with like that, and everything around you will be affected big time. Too many uncertainties and fears. But with the right partner like Empo Life Insurance Ghana, you are sorted. Say kutu, say bam. You get the best healthcare, solid pension trust policies, and the peace of mind to grow your business and focus on what truly matters. Empo Insurance, empowering people.
Day by day, men, strong and refined, the skincare you deserve. dream.
February is here, and Love has a new deal every week at Gold Board Jewelry from 1st to 7th. Celebrate yourself with stunning self-love gold from 8th to 14th. Say yes with our promise of gold deals. Honor family, friends, and special people with meaningful gold gifts from the 15th to 21st. In the final days of February, experience the Gold Board Jewelry Discovery Week. These deals will not wait. Visit Gold Board Jewelry showrooms and website today and enjoy our February of Love deals. Enjoy up to 30% discount across our entire range of jewelry. Gold Board Jewelry, pure, precious, and proudly Ghanaian.
Going to the library. Going to the library.
Okay.
I'm going for my graduation. Go well.
Education changes stories, and being part of these stories is the real passion for us. MTN.
For decades, we have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
Hi there, my name is Nuruddin Adams, a proud product of this noble institution. Heritage Christian University is not just a learning place, but a community that transforms lives and empowers its students to become compassionate entrepreneurial leaders. My journey here has truly been life-changing, and I invite you to come experience the same. Whether your passion is into business, nursing, midwifery, psychology, communication studies, multimedia technology, information technology, or theology and ministry, Heritage has tailored these programs for both the undergraduate and graduate studies to suit your goal. If you're ever ready to take your education to the next level, then pick up an application form and join us today. At Heritage, you are never alone, as members of the community will stand and work with you every step of the way. Welcome to Heritage Christian University.
At Drive EVGH, we keep one goal in front of us: make electric mobility truly work for Ghana. Our lineup is built with intention. We offer electric vehicles that perform, endure, and fit real lifestyles. Whether it is a compact city EV, a practical everyday model, or a premium electric SUV with power and comfort, our range gives drivers clear options without the confusion. Every vehicle is thoroughly inspected and prepared to deliver value from day one. Our EV Service Center supports all electric vehicle brands with diagnostics, battery care, and general servicing. It is expert support designed to keep every driver moving. With XCharge EV, our expanding charging network at key locations across the country, making every journey predictable and reassuring. Drive EVGH, the standard for electric mobility in Ghana.
Now let me share my wildlife experience with you at Safari Valley Eco Park.
Welcome to Safari Valley Eco Park.
Our electric shuttle pulled up, and in no time, our tour began. We were surrounded by wildlife from the moment we entered the eco park. We were greeted by experienced tour guides who took us through orientation and how to better enjoy the experience. Watch these animals roam freely in their natural habitat undisturbed by our presence. We saw zebras, sable antelope, brown crane, mara, silky chicken, nyalas, Shetland ponies, and so many animals I just couldn't keep up. Our tour guides taught us so much about the wildlife, their behavior, and how to interact with them. I even fed them. We also went fishing on a man-made canal. Then we took a break to have lunch in this serene environment. All this amazing experience for this price for adults? This price for teenagers. It's a bargain. As the sun began to set, it was time to go back home, but not before dinner by the campfire. It has been a thrill of a lifetime, and I can't wait till my next visit.
Safari Valley Eco Park, bringing you closer to nature.
All bets on sports. High odds. Fast payout. Bookmaker Company.
You're welcome back. This is NewsFile, it's your most authoritative news analysis platform. And here on NewsFile, we put Ghana first. And I had mentioned to you that HEFCs, they are making your Valentine, you know, they are wrapping it nicely for you. So even this moment, if you are not too sure where to get a hamper, how to surprise your loved one, HEFCs are there for you. That's what they are doing for you. HEFCs gifts. Contact them 0555 0555 94 0022 0555 94 0022. HEFCs. They have available red roses, fresh flowers, luxury hampers, chocolate, cupcakes, candle bouquets, spa sets, and so much more. Locate HEFCs behind American House, East Legon, Accra. Follow them on Instagram on HEFCs. It's HEPHZIS, and you can call them on WhatsApp as well and make your order. Call them now, and they will make a surprise for your loved one, and you'll be shocked how they do it. I'm saying it, I can testify to it. Thank you very much. Now, back to the studio. Yes, Abena. Yes.
Invitation. The Political Parties Act actually makes a provision. Section 17 says that the election of the national, regional, constituency executive officers of every political party shall be conducted under the supervision. The executives. Under the supervision.
Not the parliamentary primaries, the presidential primaries.
But all that is done under supervision.
Right.
Okay, but that is a debate we can have another day.
And I also need to make this correction that Randiabe tells me that the 2 billion, bonds, that cocoa bonds, they have paid. Those who were sending messages and commenting that they haven't, he said they have paid. But there are those in the banking industry who are challenging that if it's in fact
even
paid.
Wanted to make that correction that I was paid because when the message came that the bonds were not paid, I knew it wasn't true.
So you can confirm that?
Yes, it was paid.
Thank you.
Was paid.
Samson, the conversation, the good thing, like Abena has said, is that the NDC considers this issue as a very serious issue.
Right.
In fact, so serious that even while the elections were going on, they established a committee. So serious that while the elections were going on, Parliament issued a statement. And the president acted. So it's a serious matter. And then the party is looking at how to self-regulate. Because we cannot go on that trajectory.
Right.
So when we presented a report, the party was very excited and said, look, your committee, we have to expand it. We're going to expand your committee for you to look at how to instill some level of discipline in our internal elections. And we are giving you, it's going to be time-bound. You must present a report to us before the next election cycle so that report can guide our activities. Because we saw some yawning gaps.
Right.
One, Samson, if a candidate, and Oliver said it, if a candidate is vetted, approved to contest primaries, what happens? Is it now on his own? Can he behave anyhow? There are no guidelines to regulate his conduct.
Okay.
How much money can a candidate
So this
spend?
matter has not ended.
It has not ended. The conversation is
because there's a committee that will look at it into detail and recommend what should happen going forward. Oliver, the little time left, I think we can get your quick reaction on the claims that were made. I've heard Kwesi Pratt react on Metro, and we give you this small opportunity to try and say something as far as the comments concern you.
Thank you, Samson. I think for me, one of the things I sign up to in the public debate is that once you elect to speak publicly, that there's the risk of being properly understood or even misunderstood. And people are entitled to make any comments about you in terms of what their view and perception of you is. Then at the end of the day, that process of judging you is left to the commonplace of everybody and the matters of ideas as to what my record is and what my role in Ghanaian society and how we improve it is. So I think he's entitled to those views. I take nothing personal from it. I take solace in the fact that I've always consistently held the view that whether one is supportive of a government, of politics, of ideology, you cannot walk away from the responsibility of holding those we elect accountable. And if he believes that during Nkrumah's time I will do the same, then I think it's a credit to me, and it is something that is the same view I hold of myself. So that's, I think, will be my only comments on that.
Yeah, but you were livid about the comments about Nkrumah, and you spent time responding to them on social media.
Yes, I mean, particularly in terms of,
one party state, CPP flag, and so on.
Yeah. So first of all, I mean, we, Democracy Hub and others, have brought a suit on this Nkrumah matter before the Supreme Court, where what we sought to show the court, that based on the court's own jurisprudence in 31st December, that if the Fourth Republic's commitment is that state financing would not be used to support individuals who overthrow a constitution, then we have to then review the General Kotoka decree to see whether or not it is doing the same thing. And we put it fairly in what we do a lot of historical work to describe the circumstances of the 60 Constitution, 64 Amendment, and Kotoka's eventual overthrow. But this is what I would say generally, because it's an issue that requires longer conversation.
Right.
Nkrumah is accused of three main things. One, that the removal of judges. Two, the one-party state, or the disbanding of political parties.
Right.
And three, the PDA. All of this have become so decontextualized that there's not enough sufficient discussion that is nuanced. And my hope is that these conversations allow us to be able to review them more holistically. Because a lot of things that were said, for instance, and I talked about publicly about the idea that Nkrumah had made himself president for life is not supported by any of the historical records so far. But I agree, and I've never been supportive of the idea of the one-party state. But the one-party state came upon from these ideas that were rife in those early independent years across Africa of trying to mimic what was happening in China. China continues to have that model and has seen economic miracle from that. We have made a deliberate choice otherwise. If we had succeeded, perhaps we've been comparing ourselves to what Lee Kuan Yew and others did. We didn't succeed. And those who overthrew that project have the right to be able to gloat over its failure. And that's fair. But it is important that when we are talking about what is true, that we distinguish fact from fiction. My position has been, one, it never happened that in 1964 an amendment was made that made Nkrumah president for life. It wasn't true. Quite the contrary. When the 1960 Constitution was created, it gave the president the power to dissolve parliament in the nature of the Westminster model. But the comments at the time that were written in articles was that parliament did not have the power over the president to remove the president. So the 64 Amendment actually cures that by making parliament able to impeach the president.
We have understood, listening to lectures and so on and so forth, that Nkrumah became so powerful. he could do any and everything except change the sex of a person.
That's in fact not true. In fact, one of the things that happened, in 1956 is when we had the parliamentary elections. And that parliament's term was supposed to last for 4 years. Then the 57 Independent Act came and we became a new republic.
All right.
It then considered those who had been elected in parliament as persons who had been re-elected by the constitution and give them a 5-year term. By 1961, when we were coming there, it was decided by the members of parliament who constituted the Constituent Assembly that only Nkrumah, who was seeking to be president, would be voted upon by the people of Ghana. All of them gave themselves the assurance that they would not go for election.
All right.
So the consequential amendment was that they, the parliamentarians, were not re-elected, but Nkrumah had to face the election.
All right.
Now, again, it is not a wholesale saying that there's no questions to be, or Nkrumah's record should not be reviewed. But I think that the discussions around, particularly the PDA, and it is important because a lot of things are lost to our archives that we don't know. Nobody can say
I'm sorry, but this all time will allow us. When we have you in studio, maybe we can have a discussion around these subjects. My guests have been Inusa Hussaini here, who is former MP for Tamale Central and former Minister for Lands and Natural Resources. He was also for the Roads Ministry as well. Vera Abna-Addo is Programs Officer with CDD Ghana, Election Rule of Law and Anti-Corruption. Also here is Michael Kwesi Edu. He's MP of Orukrom and member Energy Committee and Deputy Ranking Member for the Youth and Sports Committees of Parliament as well. Oliver Barker-Vormawo is Constitutional Rights and Policy Strategy Advisor to the Democracy Hub. Join me tomorrow on my favorite show, The Law, and I'll be hosting Kweku Ansah-Sari, former Director of the Ghana School of Law. I also have Gertrude Amoko-Ama, a lecturer at the UPS.
Do you want a healthy smile?
Are you dreaming of a beautiful and brighter smile? A professional teeth whitening service can make that dream a reality. Hi, I'm Tanya from Bethel Dental Clinic, Ghana. Zoom Professional Whitening Treatment is safe and effective and can brighten your smile up to 7 shades. Here are the steps for professional whitening. First, the gums are protected by applying a barrier. Then, the whitening gel is applied to the teeth. After that, a light is applied for about 15 to 20 minutes to enhance the whitening process. This application is applied 2 to 4 times to get you a brighter smile in just one appointment. Yes, in just one appointment, you get a brighter smile. Please be aware that a checkup and a professional cleaning prior to dental office whitening are a must.
Healthy smile.
What juice are you taking?
This is Koa Natural 100% cocoa fruit juice.
Can I have a glass?
Of course.
Koa Natural 100% cocoa fruit juice is not just your regular cocoa drink. This is an innovative juice made from the pulp of the cocoa fruit. Once the cocoa pod is harvested, the pulp, which would have been previously discarded, this time is set aside, and that is what is used to make your Koa Natural 100% cocoa fruit juice. Not only is Koa refreshing, the taste is incredible.
Wow.
There is no added sugar, no additives, and no preservatives. 100% cocoa fruit juice. Don't worry, you won't be left out.
Wow, this is unbelievable. I would take this anytime, any day.
February is here and love has a new deal every week at Gold Board Jewelry from 1st to 7th. Celebrate yourself with stunning self-love gold from 8th to 14th. Say yes with our promise of gold deals. Honor family, friends and special people with meaningful gold gifts from the 15th to 21st. In the final days of February, experience the Gold Board Jewelry Discovery Week. These deals will not wait. Visit Gold Board Jewelry showrooms and website today and enjoy our February of Love deals. Enjoy up to 30% discount across our entire range of jewelry. Gold Ball Jewelry, pure, precious, and proudly Ghanaian.
Hi, now let me share my wildlife experience with you at Safari Valley Eco Park.
Welcome to Safari Valley Eco Park.
Our electric shuttle pulled up, and in no time, our tour began. We were surrounded by wildlife from the moment we entered the eco park. We were greeted by experienced tour guides who took us through orientation and how to better enjoy the experience. Watch these animals roam freely in their natural habitat undisturbed by our presence. We saw zebras, sable antelope, brown cranes, mara, silky chicken, nyalas, Shetland ponies, and so many animals I just couldn't keep up. Our tour guides taught us so much about the wildlife, their behavior, and how to interact with them. I even fed them. We also went fishing on a man-made canal. Then we took a break to have lunch in this serene environment. All this amazing experience for this price for adults, this price for teenagers. This for kids. It's a bargain. As the sun began to set, it was time to go back home, but not before dinner by the campfire. It has been a thrill of a lifetime, and I can't wait till my next visit.
Safari Valley Eco Park, bringing you closer to nature.
Are you weary of land disputes and never-ending legal battles? It's time to claim a legacy that truly belongs to you. Welcome to Rehoboth Havens, where we simplify the journey to home ownership for Ghanaians, whether you are at home or abroad. Located in the Tranke Hills of Ayawaso, our community offers stunning vistas of the Pediasi Ebri Mountains. Experience peace of mind in our secure, gated community, thoughtfully designed for your comfort amidst beautifully landscaped surroundings and premium recreational spaces. At Rehoboth Social Housing, we are here to turn your dreams into reality. With just 30% deposit, move into one of our ready-to-occupy homes today. We will extend your remaining balance over 5 years, providing the flexibility and assurance your family deserves. Choose from our modern 2-bedroom homes, the luxurious 3-bedroom Sunbay, or our spacious 4-bedroom detached residences. Starting at just 675,000 Ghana cedis, your dream of home ownership is finally within reach. Don't wait any longer. Call us today at +233 55 375 1933 or +44 7917 376631. Rehoboth Social Housing. Your housing dream becomes reality.
It's one of the best I can see so far. There are some award scheme that you have to pay money, you have to do this. But since they started interviewing me and engaging me, I've not heard of anything like that. And so I think that it is an award scheme that actually look at merit. Even if at the end of the day I don't win, I will always appreciate Joy News, looking at the approaches and the procedure they are employing. I can say Joy News Impact Makers Award is the best.
Now, on this episode of The Sages, we delve into the rich, multifaceted life of a writer of an excellent nature, Professor Nuruddin Farr. Prof, you're welcome to Sages. I hope you are doing well.
I'm doing well, thank you.
I mean, it's a privilege to have you join us this afternoon. Let's start by exploring those early influences and literary background. Can you describe how your upbringing, which was with a father who was an interpreter and a mother who was an oral poet, how did they influence your decision to become a poet, sir?
Well, I was very lucky to have a wonderful mother who looked after me quite well, and not only me, but also a number of children. My mother was an oral poet. Unfortunately, I did not become a poet. I became a novelist. And I think one of the things that have stayed with me up to now is how serious she was about composing poetry, oral poetry.